giving all my energy back to me with divine care. Whoever, whatever is living off my light energy, run that back, get your own. I'm emotionally gifted, so I must guard that gift with wisdom and firmness. My openness is emotionally generous. I must be watchful. I'm seeing who are and aren't skilled to receive. I receive what others' blind spots are, teaching me about budgeting my energy and setting them boundaries. I have the right to tell people what they don't want to hear in the name of setting them boundaries. I also won't exhaust myself on people who ain't listening. I'm done with people pleasing and the attachment to make everyone happy with me. I won't share like how I used to share. I people wiser. I know now people pleasing isn't love, but it is fear. I am magnificent at releasing expired emotional ties to how I structure my life with people, knowledge, money, friends, nutrition, health of my body, love, and time. I'm free from over-explaining and justifying my choices. My cutoffs aren't personal, they're spiritual. Anyways, I call back all energy that belongs to me. I am not the caretaker of those who want to stay asleep. I release the programming of being overly responsible for the happiness of others. The divinity in me, you know what's up. Tell me who I should share my intimate energy with. I focus my energy on who sees me and skillfully respects me. Not those who are skilled in choosing their false stories about me. I notice and accept when there is unequal energy exchange. I have more mental real estate when I release people I bonded with through my trauma self and not through my healing self. Yet I am deeply grateful for the hidden gifts that divine used them for to help me see my worth. I speak the law of reciprocity and mutual exchange in my most intimate relationships. I now know misalignments aren't personal, but vibrational. I enroll myself into believing my emotional health is to create healthy boundaries for myself. I cast away the curse of suppressing my emotions. I'm free from internal violence towards my feelings. How I feel is a part of fulfilling my purpose. I explore a healthy relationship between my emotions and boundaries. If they feel like home and they feel safe to be around, I spend more time with that type. I'm learning how to interpret people's energy, especially those I love. I emit my own frequency and monitor how much energy I absorb from events, social media, texting, conversations, entertainment, and thinking. I attract connections where my love languages are valued, explored, and met. I'm on a budget. I gotta keep that same energy, no matter what. I surround myself with emotionally mature allies that are strong when I am vulnerable. I vow to not play nice just to be named nice. My circle got like a lowercase o, and I love it here. I'm laughing because I have no clue what's here, but god dang it, I'm gonna get curious and lean into it like I know it will all be all good for me, good for us. I have people in my life I don't have to re-examine to reposition in my life. I am honest with who really got what it takes to connect with me and what I offer to connection. On some real-ish, my worth is not based on how much I give. Even if I'm misinterpreted or misunderstood, I know I'm not being distant. I am now gravitating to the vibes that best suit my energy. I'm picky with who I allow into my inner courts. I am my own verification. I embrace learning relational intelligence to enrich how I relate and invite others to relating deeper, even if parts of me are still tender. I am surrounded only by others who feel like honey. I have the wisdom to see through agendas, to play any individual or collective racial wounds against my emotional energy and free thinking. The power within me is stronger than the 1%. Attempts to control my energetic wealth and well-being. My energy is the truest wealth in existence. I am made in the image of God, and I am opening to realizing that more. This is my truest identity, and no one can tell me otherwise. 2019 was a launching pad to my truest thrive ever. I'm selective where I place my emotional resources and jewels. I open up to only those worthy of my trust. I am worth connections that have spiritual depth. I no longer have to be the strong one, the spiritual one. I have accepted the aligned tribe. I now know that toxic energy of those close to me are not alchemized by my spiritual relationship with myself and kindness towards them, with a swiftness and humility. I bow out of that and let their life be their teacher. I love people, but my energy tolerance budget is hella bougie. I gotta watch my budget on this energy here. Hey, 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 hey.
People are always saying, y'all throw that narcissist word around like it ain't nothing. But those of us that have actually experienced that motherfucking Jezebel spirited demon, we know what each other has been through. It's the same motherfucking entity in different vessels. And I've seen this motherfucking funky ass demon in several different bodies. Now I see the motherfucking, that hoe coming. And I'ma chop her down at the knees and cut her throat like the guillotine. Because I don't have time for that toxicity in my life anymore. And if I can empower others and give them strength through my posts, through my words, through my motherfucking strength, then that's what the fuck I'm gonna do. I want to hear all that whole shit under my post. What she so angry about? She's so... Get the fuck up out of here with that whole ass shit. I'm not angry about a motherfucking thing. But this particular topic, there ain't no time for motherfucking horse playing. This is a serious motherfucking issue. The devil was real. And I done seen this bitch in the flesh many a times, and I'm just not having it. So like I said, if I can encourage others through my words and my strength, that's what the fuck I'm here for. This was my purpose on being on this motherfucking platform. Y'all have a great day.
No lie, this morning woke up kinda heavy. Thoughts flooded my brain, almost broke a levee. Let me get steady, let me center myself. Before I do for anybody else, let me consider myself. Check my mental health, self. How's your heart? How you feeling today? What's your capacity for humans? What's your ceiling today? Before you think about them bills, what you building today? Find your flow, don't let them stones they throw get in your way. Weights on my shoulders, let me go to the gym. Let me dig in a good book. Let me find me some gems. Let me replant myself, yeah. Let me water my stem. You lay my root chakra. I know that it's been running on E. I've been fuming. Know the vibes golly. Seem like they forgetting that I'm human. Assuming that I don't need solitude and solace. Before I choose violence, I meditate and pray. I went for a walk. I heard the elders say, set yourself down and talk to God. Tell him what's on your mind. I heard the elders say, set yourself down and talk to God. Tell him what's on your mind. I heard the elders say, be still, be free, be real. Your life can change any minute, just let time reveal. I know they watching, waiting for me to fall off. The job saying I ain't got permission to call off. Well, I ain't going to work today, I'm working on me. People calling, I ain't talking phone, I'm D&D. She like, when am I gonna see you? When I'm done seeing me. It's easy for people to gaslight you if you out here living on E. It's time to fill up. You gotta deconstruct to reconstruct. It's time to build up. I took some hard blows, Lord knows it's time to heal up. No more looking down, nah, chest out, chin up. Life been moving so fast, before I crash, let me slow down and go on the fast. I'm passing on that old leaving that in the past. They ask, hey, where you been? I ain't seen you in the men. Yeah, I've been on my dean, going deeper within, gotta evolve. Don't take it personal, you're more than welcome to get involved. If they ain't what you want, our connection, it might dissolve. What's in the way becomes the way. I went for a walk today, I heard the elders say,
Set yourself down and talk to God. Tell him what's on your mind.
I heard the elders say,
Set yourself down and talk to God. Tell him what's on your mind.
Mosaic. I heard the elders say,
Peace, be still my people. Let yourself feel, that's how you heal my people. Pollution in the food, they tryna kill my people. Health is real, wealth is how you build my people. Let's keep it real, my people. It's getting really scary. No more game banging. We need a military, black missionary. I'm a visionary. I see my people rising. Every time I sit in silence.
Set yourself down and talk to God.
Heavenly Father,
Tell him what's on your mind.
I pray for my generation.
Set yourself down and talk to God.
I pray for my people.
Tell him what's on your mind.
I pray my people rise.
Set yourself down and talk to God.
I pray we free our minds.
Tell him what's on your mind.
I pray we find peace inside.
Set yourself down and talk to God. Tell him what's on your mind.
Learn to cloud surf while never leaving Earth. 10 toes firmly planted in the dirt for what it's worth. See my life flash before my eyes a couple times. So I'd be lying if I said I don't believe in the divine. For reasons we can't find, the truth will probably blow our minds. This energy in the universe send chills down your spine. Had a talk with a goddess about human design. Pull my coat to how I need to get my chakras aligned. Gotta break some bad habits, it's addition by subtraction. Move away from bad actors, trying to leech off your action. It's the laws of attraction, gotta see it before it happens. Gotta believe it with a passion, then receive this beautiful madness. Find a pattern in the chaos, their assessment was way off. You build it from the ground up, you own it, so ain't no layoffs. Your energy is equity, cashing on your day off. Hope to reach a couple souls, it's all a part of the payoff.
Peace and blessings, Starseed. Peace and blessings. Hey, it is I, the goddess Rael, and welcome to Pronoia Starseed podcast. Tonight, of course, is Pronoia After Dark. Y'all, it's tonight to this morning. I don't know. I got kind of confused. I thought it was going to be tomorrow morning. I was like, no, it's this morning. Folks was asking me like, when is it again? Is it Sunday morning or Saturday night, baby? I don't know. It's today. Okay, so thank you for being here. I know many more will come back and watch. This is Pronoia After Dark, and today's topic is sleeping with the enemy. I will say, trigger warning, you guys. As I started off the video with a clip from Instagram, I have a couple of clips to share with you tonight. If you have not heard of the term, certain terms, we'll go through those tonight. I also have several guests who will join us tonight and give their own stories and accounts of what they have overcome. That's what we're going to say, what we have overcome, because baby, I have spoken to these ladies and gentlemen, and we have all overcome some real things. And I think that a lot of us would have had a little bit of an easier path if there was a place like this where we had been able to maybe even been able to be alerted to the types of energies that we encountered prior. But hey, certain things happen amongst our paths to get us to where we need to be. So there's nothing that happens by chance, and every experience is an opportunity to learn. And that is what I have learned through my experiences. I will say that normally each season is inspired by what has happened during the breaks during my other seasons, right? So prior to actually make like the actual full rebirth of Foxy Roxy, prior to that, I had already named the show The Rebirth of the Goddess, right? And I was talking about generally the goddess energy, the divine feminine energy. That energy is still, again, being birthed unto this. Actually, it's really here to this plane, to this dimension, being reawakened. Let's put it that way. So there was a rebirth. And in naming the show, I had no idea about my own personal rebirth, that was going on a spiritual level. Like, it's so many things that have happened in my life that I spoke of, not knowing that it was like I was speaking of things that were to come, right? And it's always been like that since I was a little girl. But with this rebirth, it's very personal. And sleeping with the enemy was a topic that was very sensitive because, when we end up in relationships where we end up with someone who may not be working for our better interests, right? We may end up with someone who may not be who we think they are. With that comes a lot of shame, a lot of, why the hell couldn't I see the signs before? A lot of, pushing things down. And I know I'm not the only one. As I said, I've spoken to these ladies, I've spoken to others. There's been accounts from many people who have been encountered these types of energies and who have been too ashamed, too afraid, and sometimes even protective of the energies to even speak out. But in being silent, what happens is these energies hide. They're already cloaking. They're cloaking in human form. They're cloaking as loved ones. They're cloaking as friends. They're cloaking as co-workers. But if we don't speak up, if we don't say what we see, if we don't tell our stories and tell our actual, tell our life stories and speak them out loud, we don't release. Like, even if you don't come here and speak it out loud, if you don't speak it to someone, if you don't get it off your chest, if you just stick things inside, it starts to eat away at you and it starts to change who you were supposed to always become, Peace and blessings. Thank you for being in the building tonight. So again, I am asking you guys to, comment. Let us know how you're feeling. This is a safe space to have these kind of conversations. That's why I created Pronoia. And I will say that this season has been somewhat molded around my rebirth and my awakening and my experiences with sleeping with the enemy, doing business with the enemy, being friends with the enemy, having them really close in my circle and really not knowing, but also what that has done to transform me into a higher version of myself. So each person who will come on will have their own account of what happened. I have a few questions. I don't normally write down questions, but I did not want to, I kind of wanted to keep this kind of formatted in a way so we can kind of see if the experiences are kind of the same, and just, see if there's a pattern here. And none of these ladies or gentlemen have spoken to each other. So I've only spoken to them individually. And I will tell you that, a lot of times we hear the word narcissist, right? And I am not a therapist. I am not a counselor. I am a spiritual healer. That is what I am. And so with my spiritual eyes, with the authority invested in me from the divine, I will say that the narcissists that I have encountered are it's not just a mental illness, as people say, or it's not just one, it is an entity attachment. It is a spirit. And I can tell you why, because like my Wi-Fi even doing weird things as I say it, right? It is an entity attachment. It is a spirit. And there's certain ways you can kind of tell this is if you speak to someone who's experienced narcissistic abuse, it is exactly the same patterns. It's not like they go to school and say, hey, I'm going to be a narcissist. No, because this entity has characteristics that it carries, right? I know a lot of you guys, you've seen movies like the movie Fallen with Denzel Washington, and how that spirit, that energy, it just transferred from one being to the next being. This tends to happen when people are fragmented. And this is why it's important to be careful of the type of people you keep in your circle. They say the 5 closest people to you will tell you who you are. But if those 5 closest people to you are keeping a secret, those 5 closest people to you are manipulating you, really, what is that doing to who you really are? Can you really see yourself clearly? Or are you being cast under illusions because everyone around you is wearing a mask? So these are a couple of the questions I'm going to ask tonight as we delve into sleeping with the enemy. I wanted to go over a few of the phrases you may have heard before and what they kind of mean, give you a little background, just in case you don't know. I've done a little bit of research because, we need to be knowledgeable of these things, y'all. We don't need to be walking around in this world thinking that everybody has a flesh suit is carrying the same type of energy as you. I think a lot of us, that's how we get fucked up. Okay? We think that everybody's going to be like us. And everybody is not like us. And if we start to realize that we are actually, when we carry ourselves with loyalty and integrity and all of these things, we are actually vibrating at a higher rate than most people, because a lot of people don't carry basic, like, honestly, they don't have the morals. They don't keep those moral standards. So if you're walking around with moral standards and you're thinking that everybody else is, yeah, you walk around with rose-colored glasses. Yeah, you're going to be a target for these types of energies, right? Because they feed off of your light. They feed off of you giving out such goodness and thinking that everyone else is so good. Oh, they see you as yum, yum, yummy. I promise you, you are like what? You are the creme de la creme. Because you, my friend, once, we have a perception of someone, a preconceived notion, shall I say, of someone, we make up in our mind that this person is what they are, right? And more than likely, when we get in a relationship with someone, or we let them be close to us like a friend, we see them as good. We're like, oh, they're good. And so we can't conceive our blind spots of maybe this is manipulation, maybe this is a mask, maybe this is who this is. And I'm not telling you to walk around paranoid, because this is pronoia. So we know the universe is always working for us. So things are happening the way they're supposed to. But I'm telling you that everybody's not who they seem to be. And a meat suit don't mean you're just a human. There can be attachments to humans. We all have souls. And what happens when we don't fix the broken parts of us, the parts that get broken, because they literally become broken and fragmented, then we leave open spaces for entity and deity attachments. Every energy wants to do what you're doing, which is exist, which is actually materialize. So they wait around for the opportunity. And when they see a soul vibrating so low, because a lot of people vibrate low because of the trauma they've been through. And then, again, the material world tells us we need these things, that things. That means you're easily bought, Great. So I say that because these types of entities that I'm about to describe to you, they feed off of broken energy. All right, so let's see. The first one, and we always refer it to as a female, but it is the Jezebel spirit, which can attach to the male or female, right? So the Jezebel spirit generally refers to a manipulative, controlling, seductive spirit named after the biblical queen Jezebel, often associated with deception, domination, and leading others into idolatry or sexual sin. It's not necessarily viewed as a sexual demon, but rather a spirit influencing human behavior, especially tied to power, pride, and manipulation. The other two spirits that I want to talk about, well, actually, there's another one, very specific one after these two, but this one is the incubus and succubus. So they are demonic entities. The incubus is a male demon believed to seduce or assault sleeping women, and succubus, a female demon believed to seduce and assault sleeping men. They're typically described as sexual predators and night draining life force or energy, whereas the Jezebel spirit is often considered more psychological and spiritual in its influence over individuals, relationship, or leadership. Now, emphasize that pride, because we know that pride comes before the fall. You know, J. Cole got a song out called Pride is the Devil. Absolutely, because you remain in a cycle. And a lot of times, those who are very prideful are very much so able to be open to these types of entities. Okay, the last one I want to talk about before I bring on my first guest is a specific demon, Asmodeus. I don't know if you guys have heard of this demon. It is the lust demon, often the demon of lust in the Jewish and Christian demonology. In the book of Tobit, from the Apocrypha, he kills the husbands of Sarah out of jealous lust. Later, demonologists often label him the chief demon of lechery or lust. Okay. There was something else I wanted you to know about. Oh, he's seen as the patron of forbidden sexual desire, adultery, and corruption. Okay. So this particular demon is the demon that a lot of narcissists have attached to them. Okay, it's the lust demon. A lot of us who have experienced narcissists know that they come off very charismatic. They come off very sweet in the beginning. They come off this way and that way, but they're very lusty. Yes, very sexual beings, very lusty. And the thing about this attachment is that it doesn't just feed off of its host. That when you come in contact with these types of energies, they start to feed off of you. And so your broken spaces are now getting filled, and these attachments are being passed on to you through sex, through energy fields connecting. But sex is the strongest way to catch these demons. Yes, they're sexually transmitted demons, STDs. Okay. So these are the demons these are the things I would like you keep in your mind. Don't keep them in your mind. Actually, just be aware that they exist, that these are energies that like to use human hosts to feed on other humans. And they do so through manipulation, through sex, through lust that they call love. And they do so to continue to exist. They drain your energy. So I say all that to give you a little background on the particular energy that we're talking about. And I'm going to bring on my first guest. So tonight, my first guest is Crystal. And I'm going to ask a few questions, bring her on, and let her introduce herself. So let me add you here. Hold on. Pop out. Peace and blessings. Oh, you got stuck as soon as I brought you on the screen. Oh, there she is. Can you hear me?
How are you? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. I
Perfect,
think we got a
perfect,
little delay.
perfect.
Do we have a delay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we'll just take a little break in between. So we'll know we got a little delay going.
Okay.
All right. So you want to introduce yourself and then we can get into conversation.
Sure. So my name is Crystal Bryant. I am a great person and I have two beautiful children. Um, I just recently moved to South Carolina and I have job here. It's great and yeah, everything's cool.
Okay, you breaking up a little bit. Can you get a little closer to, or can I get a little louder? Okay.
Sure.
Can, let me. Oh, that's perfect.
All right, perfect.
All right, I'm going to ask you a few questions so we can get into
Sure.
this conversation. All right. So, can you tell me a little bit about your story or your relationship?
Sure. Um, so it's funny that you were talking about that name, that demon name. Um, I do feel like I have experienced something like that. Um, so yeah, the narcissistic abuse, the lust and all of those things, even with the incubus, I definitely felt like I've experienced something like that. Um, and as it began to tear away from me, I definitely felt, like you said, fragmented. It was so weird because it was so small. It was 1% every year. It was 1%. And it just felt like I was losing myself. And the more I lost myself, the more I couldn't get back to her.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost seemed like I was the one that had the addiction when in actuality, it wasn't. Um, I don't know. It just feels like it just felt normal at the time, but I knew that it wasn't. And the more I began to see certain characteristics and attributes, you know, I was just like, wow, this isn't the person that I'm supposed to be with. This is not who I married, right? So I took it upon myself to just keep asking myself, why are you even here? And it felt like at first, maybe my mind was playing tricks on me,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but the more questions that I started asking myself, the more I kept seeing it for what it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So of course, as any woman would, you're crying, you're in disbelief, you're trying to make sense of it all, and it's still not really quite making sense. And it's just like, wow, well, what else am I supposed to do? So, yeah, I asked God to help me figure this out. And it's going to get a little dark, but He showed me some things in deep prayer, and He told me it was time to go.
Mm-hmm.
He told me it was time to go. And that's when I knew that I had to obey His word, because there was nothing in my power after that. So
So you moved when God told you to move immediately.
absolutely, immediately. There was no second guessing. There was no more crying. There was no more anything. It was straight obedience. I said, okay, is it tonight? Is it tomorrow? Is it next week? What are we doing? I don't know.
So it
So
was there an event or anything that took place, or was it just that word that came to you? Like, it wasn't like a bunch of things had been going on and then it just like that word came to you, or was it that, like, was there anything that triggered, you for that answer? Like, was there an event that led up to you needing, like, was there one big thing, or no? It was like little things chipping away at you over time.
definitely little things chipping away over time. But the biggest one for me was when I saw literally nothing in his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And there was nothing there. I saw, it just felt like emptiness. And I I believed him. Yeah, I really did. I believed every word he said that day. And he would like get drunk and would, spill sober words out. And it was like, okay, yeah, you drunk or whatever. But every time you get drunk, you're saying the same things. So I said, yeah, nah, something ain't adding up. I got to figure this out. What is going on? I need to fix him. And I said, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not going to sit here and keep letting you poison yourself and us, for that matter. So, um, yeah, the spirit really had him thinking that he was like, I guess, invincible.
Yep.
So he definitely took it upon himself to not only do it to me, but to my daughter. So that's when I knew to leave. And that's when I had the calling to leave. So I was like, yeah, it's time to go.
When you left, did you have any support,
Uh, as far as family,
family, friends, or anybody at that time when you had to like just get up and go?
not really. I had um one support system, um because I left to go to Texas to DC, and my sister was the midway point in Alabama. So I left, went there, and then from there, um, basically, he left me destitute and told me to come home without any money, of course. And he would send me the money to come back, but I I couldn't disobey God. I said, I gotta go home. I gotta go home. So of course, that's when I left. Made my early morning trip back to DC from Alabama. Yep. And it just felt like every mile I took, I promise you, I felt lighter every time.
As you got
Every
further and
mile.
further away.
As I got further away, I felt lighter and lighter and lighter. By the time I got to DC, I felt like I was effervescent, like I was floating on a cloud.
Wow.
And I have yet to feel that in a very long time. Yeah.
That release, that it was like a weight being lifted off of you the further and further
Oh
you
my,
got away.
yes, yes.
I
And
definitely can relate.
those 26 hours were so scary because at the time I had a truck, and it wasn't supposed to make it. My timing belt, my timing chain was messed up. So how am I going to do this 1,500 miles, right? So I just prayed the whole time, and I was just like, ooh, just get me there. Just get me home. Just get me home. Please get me home. And he did. He made sure I got home. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks
Yes,
to
divine will get us
most
through it.
girl. So yeah.
Yes, yes. I'm going to ask so how did he begin to act when you tried to pull away, or you began to pull away, or when you wanted to leave? How did he begin to act?
Uh very desperate. Um he still kind of put on the charm a little bit, just a little, but I could tell it was chipping away because in his heart he knew that I was ready to leave. Um that wasn't the first time I left, but that was the last time I left. And it was crazy because I packed my bags, but when I got that call in, I didn't take it. It was just like go. So um yeah, he was definitely in disbelief. He started, of course, acting irrational after I left because he was, blindsided by it. But at the end of the day, what can you do? Um, but I think in his heart of hearts, he knew what he was doing when he was doing what he was doing. And he didn't think that I would leave. He did not expect that at all. Um, and I think that's where the manipulation has stopped for me.
Yes. I think that's so beautiful. I think once you choose yourself, once you like stand on your like, no, I'm not gonna let you keep on, because you already know that cycle, right? Like
Right.
you've been through that before. My question to you next is, what role did fear, play prior to you getting the word from God? Like you said, you felt things, but what role did fear play in your decision making process, like in making the decision to stay or go?
It definitely played a lot because I was at like a tug of war with myself because I'm thinking in my mind, my kids first. Do I keep them there? Do I stay because it's been 13 years, 12 at the time? Um, all the little stuff like, does he really love me? Am I tripping? Can I make this work? Um, is he really truly like this? Or is he putting on some type of front for somebody. He definitely changed when we did get to Texas. Um, but I feel like something happened in his life that made him change that way. And I started seeing little disrespectful, little things, people in his ear,
Mm-hmm.
people saying little, like they would disrespect me in front of him and he wouldn't have my back. It was just little stuff like that that made me like, okay, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
what's going on? What is going on here? Um, and yeah, it was the disrespect for me at that point.
Now, and again, there's a pattern in the way I believe that energy operates, right? Like
Hmm.
that it wasn't always that way, right? There was a time where couldn't nobody say nothing about you in front of him. You wouldn't allow it, maybe in the beginning, right? But over time,
Hmm.
something
Hmm.
switched, right? And that's
Exactly.
the part I talk about with the fragmentation of our souls. It's like maybe when you met the person, that wasn't the intentions, that wasn't it.
Right.
But there were things, voids that you filled for a certain amount of time for them so that that part didn't show up. But after a
Right.
while, again, the loving, the caring, the nurturing, the down for whatever, what I already know that's the kind of energy you was
Yes.
given because that you was his wife. You wanted to be a wife. You did all the wife, but that became normal. And now that hole started to open up again, right? And then it started to be filled with more lustiness, maybe, or more like needing external validation, right? Like
Oh,
needing outside.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Mhm. You want to talk about that a little
You
bit? Go ahead.
know, just a little bit. After a while,
Mhm.
you know your man, so you know the patterns. And one day, um, I just got this feeling. So I woke up and he was downstairs, watching porn. And I'm like, well, what are you doing that for when you got me upstairs? So that's when we start to become the CIA because something don't feel right. So I'm getting to looking in his phone, looking in the computers, making sure everything's straight. It wasn't. Yeah, he was definitely on social media talking to girls, texting them and stuff. Um, and then this one particular text that threw me for a loop. And I didn't tell him about it, but I started asking questions after. And then he started to shut down because he kind of already knew what it was. And the text message said, the girl was saying something. And then he said, don't be greedy. I said, what is that supposed to mean in my mind? Right. So, of course, at this point, I'm pulling up to the job. I'm pulling up wherever he is. Like, yeah, let me figure this out. What's going on? So I get there and she is so in his face every time he comes in the room or she comes in the room or something like that, or different occasions when I pop up. She is just so excited to see him. And I'm like, yeah, I think something's going on with them. I don't know what it is. I don't, why would he tell her, don't be greedy? What does she need to be greedy of? Right.
Mhm.
So that's when I started definitely keeping more tabs and things started adding up. More, more slip ups, more girls, more text messages, you know, Never any
So it's the damn
pictures.
phone.
And he just had Snapchat, and I got on there. The little girl said, "Hey," it was just, it was a wrap. I was like, you know what? This is a lot. You got a lot going on. I'm gonna leave you to it because I thought you really loved me and cared for me. So yeah, it's time for me and my babies to leave. Absolutely. On top of your drunken spells, right? On top of your drunken abusive words, on top of the emotional abuse, you know, on top of the verbal abuse. It was just like, no, this is beginning to be too much. It's overpowering you. You're not controlling it at this point. You're literally spewing out whatever comes to your mind and to your heart because somebody got you thinking that you can do those things. So, no.
So I want to know. Yes, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. I feel you. I understand. I definitely feel you. Like I'm over here trying not to be like because I understand. I do. And that energy, I believe that it comes from two sources. Okay, so we're gonna take our accountability of us being the hype man. We hype them up, right?
Yes.
We honestly, when you look at them, okay. Yeah, they might be cute and all that now, but like when you first got with them, you probably was a little bit,
Absolutely.
dating a little, yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
That normally is how it goes. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just trying to see the pattern. Now, I don't know if she felt that way, but I'm just seeing if there's a pattern. So this person's not really on your level, right? But it's like, it's okay. And so by you being with him, it's actually a real flex, right? It's a flex for him, right? In the beginning, definitely like, oh shit. Like, right? So that energy of having you just really kind of did this to the ego, you know what I'm saying? Make him like go from goddamn Clark Kent to Superman, right? So now Superman walking around with his cape on all day. He ain't even put a goddamn shirt on. He ain't even went back to Clark Kent no damn more. He walked around as Superman. And all the ladies love Superman. Yeah. So they just like, oh, Superman, Superman. Cloaked in your motherfucking energy, correct? Or am I wrong? Yeah, okay. Because they see you looking good with your husband, and that shit looks attractive to them as well, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know. I already know. Absolutely, because I've seen.
Oh, and don't
pictures,
let him
so
be
I
in
know
uniform.
how you present.
Don't let him be in uniform.
Honey.
Don't let him be in uniform. I've dealt with that too.
Yeah, they go crazy.
Absolutely.
So see, that's that energy. So the thing that we women have to understand, okay, for one, we got to stop dating down, period. Because a man that is on your level or above your level will never try to put you down. He's going to be trying to pull you up. He is not. The ones that know that they don't deserve you, really, at the end of the day, they are the ones that are going to be chipping away at you because they know you are way too high. Your standards are going to be, I cannot maintain this mask for too long. So she is going to have to change.
Absolutely.
Or I am going to change, and that ain't happening. Right? So they chip away at you. In the meantime, the pieces they take from you, they building a bear over here, right? They up there becoming stronger and bigger and more, more financially stable. And all the while, things about you, your self-esteem and your thought process and that thing, little mental thing, everything is starting to, it's like a little rat coming to get a little bit here, just a little bit here. And eventually you feeling like you Swiss cheese. You got holes all over you that wasn't missing before you got with this person. Yeah. That's what that energy does, y'all. it takes away from your energy. It cloaks itself in your energy. It parades itself around in your energy. And that's how the Jezebel comes along. Because that spirit is like, ooh, yes. And he thinking, ooh, hey. And she's like, oh, yes, I present as everything you want. Oh, yes. No, your wife, she's tired. She's worn out. No, you're not. You're none of those things. He is cloaked in your energy. She sees your energy. She wants your energy. She don't want him. See, he's got it all mistaken because he's in your energy. He think it's him. But tell me this, when you left, after you've been gone, how has the castle crumbled? Oh, or has the castle crumbled?
On his side, you mean?
Yes. Energetically. His appearance, maybe,
I
or
believe
his
I believe it
assets.
did. I
Mhm.
believe it did. He has been profusely trying to get me back home. It felt like everything that I've done since I left, all roads were trying to make its way back to him. Um, yeah, it's been one hell of a ride. Um, I just feel like him leaving me destitute made him think that I was just going to run back instead of trying to figure it out on my own.
Mhm.
Him leaving me emotionally abused, thought that I was going to need his validation to come back, to
Mhm.
go back. Even let's even fast forward, even when my mom died, he's he never once that whole year uh never wanted to say come and get you. He just asked for me to come back home. And loved me, you would have came and got me by now, right? Um, when my mom died, it it still didn't feel to me as genuine as I wanted it to be. It was, well, I miss you and I just, want to have sex and da 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 da. No, I'm not even in that mind space. My mom died. You need to think about my emotions right now and what I'm going through, not what you want. So that definitely solidified my decision. Um, that that was just him being selfish,
Mhm.
him not taking any accountability for the things he had done, which in fact I talk about when he was up there, and
Are
we
you breaking up?
couldn't we couldn't really come to any kind of resolution for that.
Mhm.
So that left me in a space of, wow, do I really need to divorce you? Wow, really? So yeah. And of course, he wanted everyone around me to be on his side, my family, my friends, everybody I knew. He was pushing everybody to get me back down to Texas. And I'm like, you guys don't see it.
We lost connection, guys, but yes. So part of narcissistic abuse and this entity is that they triangulate. They pin people against each other, and then they bring your family and your friends into it, and they try to make you look crazy when you try to escape. You know, so I definitely understand what she was speaking of, and hopefully she'll join us again. Um, Yes, there she is. She's reconnecting now. So as she reconnects, I wanted to play a quick clip for you guys, and then I'm going to bring on our next guest after I wrap it up because I have a couple more questions for her. So actually, let me go ahead and add her back to the stage. All right, there you are.
Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Hey. All right, so I have a couple more questions before we go, and then I'm definitely going to do a part 2 of this. We're going to get a little deeper into this energy, but I wanted to ask you. Let's see, what helped you rebuild your confidence and trusting yourself after you left?
So I did a healing course, which really truly helped me uh, get in tune with myself. Meditating, I did that. I went and meditated long ago. That really helped me listen
You breaking up again?
voice.
Say that again.
That that really helped me. So when I started meditating, that really helped me with my inner voice, which I never knew was so dark, right? And then when I started speaking back to it, telling that voice what I wanted, what we're going to do, they had no choice but to listen to me. And that's when the transformation happened. That's where I took my power back.
Yes.
And I said, you know what? No more. There's no more of this. No more hiding. No more, feeling bad. No more anger.
Right.
Okay. No more frustration. And I felt like I had to talk to it like a mother with a stern voice. And as many times as I could, I definitely had to keep reassuring my voice. And that was the hard part for me because I didn't have a voice growing up. And still a work in progress, still a work in progress. But I know I felt like I figured it out now where I don't have to be silenced anymore. I can speak my truth, speak it out loud, speak it to whoever wants to hear it. And it does make me feel better at the end of the day.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And excuse me.
All right, my last question for you.
Something that I've never had
Is
either was positivity around me growing up. So I have to learn how to instill that into me as well. Something that it was a little uncomfortable. I'm gonna be real. It was uncomfortable because I never had it. So to push myself into being the greatest, push myself to being a great mom, push myself to the limits of any kind of positive energy was a struggle. In the midst of my divorce, in the midst
right.
of a restraining order, in the midst of my mother dying, in the midst of me having issues with my family. So it's all these things that I had to keep being through and keep moving forward and saying if my main focus was to get back to me because I'm not well, my children aren't well. And that's something I don't play with. That's something that motivated me each and every day.
Yes.
Each and every day.
Yes.
Nothing
Absolutely.
else. So,
Okay,
yeah.
so my last question. Thank you so much for telling us, like, seriously, this, I know it's not easy to share because it takes us back, when we start to share
It
these
does.
memories, it takes us physically back. And so that's why I
Mm-hmm.
want people to understand we're not here to trauma bond. We're not trauma bonding, y'all. We are sharing our stories so that we can help others to recognize this pattern, this energy, and get out
Mm-hmm.
sooner if you
Mm-hmm.
can, or not even get involved. But we get it that everybody, again, this was your husband. You had children with him. So this is a life partner. So this
Mm-hmm.
was a test that was going to happen regardless. He was an energy that you were meant
Absolutely.
to meet to heal the parts of you that needed to be healed as
Yes,
well, right?
you're right.
Absolutely. So, my last question for you would be, what do you wish you'd known before starting this journey that might have helped you sooner?
I wish I learned myself. I wish I learned discernment. I wish I learned how to vet someone properly. Um, I wish I learned how to speak up for certain things because at the end of the day, I did let him disrespect me by cheating. I knew what he was doing, but I wanted to see how far he would go, how long he would go. And by year 6, I said, he's never going to stop. He's never going to stop. It stopped for a little bit because I called him out.
It's always a little bit, but then it's a cycle because that's what they
There's,
are. When they get into those cycles, they become psycho. They do the same thing over and over, thinking something different is going to happen. But the only thing that will ever change is you walking away. So I'm proud of you.
mm,
Thank you for
thank
coming
you.
on and sharing. I do want to have more conversations with you. I'll bring you back again. Hopefully, you'll accept my invitation. Thank you again. I know Crystal, y'all. I met Crystal in high school. We've known each other for a long time. Um, and I just, I'm proud of you. Like when I saw you, she had posted something on her page that really like spoke to me, and I reached out to her, and I'm so glad I did because we have a lot more in common than I ever thought we would, just based on these type of experiences, right? And at this time, I think we find our tribes, we find people that can relate to us and can validate our feelings. Because a lot of
Mm,
times, we go through these things and we feel like we're alone. But I want you to know you're never
mhm,
alone. You got me, you got others,
mm.
and we are all here to support you. This is a safe space over here. So you're always invited. And thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for allowing me to open up because it's been a very long time since I've even had this type of support. And I want to thank you for seeing me, feeling that energy because through that post, it was a cry out. It was a cry out for help. It was a cry out for someone to listen, someone to understand what I'm going through. And I just I'm just so grateful that you saw that as a sign to say, let me reach out to her because I feel my sister. I feel what turbulence that she's going through. I know she needs to hear it right now. I need you to know that I have my hand out to you and it is here to take. And I'm gonna say this before I go. I was in a very, very, very dark place that I didn't think I can get out of. I don't want to get emotional, but it was so hard to try to displace my feelings of it all because at the end of the day, I really honestly wanted it to work. I honestly wanted my children happy. I wanted myself to be happy. I tried to make him happy in so many ways. I d- I I literally did everything that I could to make it work. But when someone's not ready to receive it, there's nothing else I can do. I walked away with a clean heart, knowing I did everything in my power to make this work. And I have no regrets at all. So I want people to know and understand that, yes, it's going to get hard, but you're going to get through it. You
Yes,
are going to know and understand that
absolutely.
if nobody, even if you did not hit me up about that post, I know in my heart, nobody but God was going to be there for me, because that's all I had. That's all I had.
I'm grateful for you. Thank you again for sharing with us and sharing that with me, and then let me in, Thank you for trusting me with your energy. Again, I'm here for you. Anything you need, hit me up, sis. Thank you again for sharing with us. It's such a
Yes,
blessing.
ma'am.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Love you.
I love you too. Peace. All right, y'all. That was Miss Crystal, and y'all got emotional, and I did. You know why? Because I felt that. I felt it, and thank y'all for sticking around. It's definitely going to be a little longer night than expected, but stick around. This is needed. It's a cleansing, y'all. It is really a cleansing of the soul. It is a release of energies that we need to release. Sisters, brothers, all of us. I see knowledge in the back. I got Nay here, and I know Miss Crystal's on her way. So you guys, I got a clip for you before I bring on Nay, and then we'll be back.
Prophets, prophetic people, this is why Jezebel hates your very existence. Because when you show up in a situation, when you show up in a room, you begin to challenge her demonic structures. You begin to expose her hidden agendas and its hidden plans. This spirit does not just operate in women, it operates in men. And so when you come in the room, you begin to shine a prophetic flashlight on the darkness, on the hidden motives. And prophets, sometimes you don't even have to call it out. You just being in the room irritates that spirit. So prophets preach, prophets teach, prophets bring heaven in the room. Challenge the status quo and press into heaven, and let's send this spirit running. Put in the comments, bye Jezebel, and share this with at least 2 prophetic people.
Bye Jezebel. I'm telling you guys, this is a real true energy. If you've not felt it or heard of it or ever any of it, okay, then just know that it is out there, and you may encounter it. And if you do, there are ways to get through it. Know that, no energy is stronger than the divine energy. And those who come here, we are divine beings. And a lot of those who are being attacked at this time are divine feminine energies. At this very moment, the divine feminine energy is coming in so strong, and there is a resistance to that. And that resistance will use, again, the people closest to you. And you as a divine being, we have to maneuver through it. We have to heal the parts of us that say we have to help everyone. We're not here to help everyone. We're here to give what we can give, and then we have to move on. We are here to plant seeds. A lot of us are just here on missions. Sometimes we think, our mission is to hold on to someone forever, but sometimes we can't because they refuse to grow. So I'm checking with my guests. They are let me tell you, I have the best guests. I do. Divine sends me the dopest tribe ever, and it just works out that way. And I will say, I had to let go of some undope tribe members, okay? People who were, again, feeding on my energy, who thought it was funny, who thought it was cute to do things that were very disrespectful, very beyond disrespectful. And I had to take a step back. So I get it. Being alone, taking your space, not wanting to be around anyone, and just pulling your energy back and allowing divine to lead people into your path. I found Crystal again through a post that I could feel her pain through. That's how I knew that divine was telling me to reach out. We, divine beings, we have a heart of gold, and it will get us in trouble sometimes. It is our gift and it is our curse. Guard your heart. Use your power of discernment. We go through these challenges to awaken our senses so that we are more alert. It is not punishment from divine, but it's actually awakening our senses so that we know we're able to discern the next time we meet this type of energy. All right, without further ado, I'm going to bring on my next guest, Miss Nay. She's so cold. Okay, I'm going to bring her on and I'm going to allow her to introduce herself. Hold on, you guys. Boop. Peace.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and see you.
Please. Thanks for having me. Let me know if I'm a little low too, because it's kind of like far away from me. But
you're perfect.
Okay, great. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? I'm glad to have you still up at 2:29 a.m.
It's all right. I'm a night owl actually, and I'm actually going on a trip with my family tomorrow, and I have not packed, so I was gonna be up anyway.
Okay. Well, there you go. See how divine timing works out. It just works itself out.
Always in divine timing.
Always in divine timing. So, you want to introduce yourself and
yeah, sure. This I always find this so difficult. I gotta get better at this. But my name is Nay. I am from Temple Hills, Maryland, which is in PG County, Pretty Girl County, if you have not heard. I am a creative. I am an event manager. I'm a yoga teacher. I dabble in styling, creative direction, set design. I mean, yeah, I'm just an all-around creative, and I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you here. And yes, she is. I met Nay out doing creative things.
Definitely.
And she is really, yes. And I really, just her energy, okay, you guys. And again, this is what I'm talking about when you say, like, you just get around certain people and their energy is supposed to raise your vibration or at least meet your vibration. When I met her, it was just like, oh, she got good energy. It's just like, oh, wow. And we had no idea how similar we really were. And again, crazy. No trauma bonding over here. No trauma bonding over here. We're healing. Okay.
Yes.
But the stories, again, are to not, first of all, these are true stories. Okay. But these stories are not to trauma bond, but to heal and to recognize and to validate each other that you're not crazy, that what you experience is not crazy. Because believe me, that validation sometimes is necessary when you're dealing with a narcissist or these types of energy, because they will make you feel like you're crazy. Okay. So, hey, I'm going to ask you a few questions as well. Can you tell us a little bit about your story?
So, I was in a relationship for about 5 years. I moved from here to Houston with my partner at that time, and my life just went downhill. And let me backtrack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say it went downhill. I'm gonna take that back. I'm gonna say it went to some very dark places that I never expected to go. And simultaneously, I was learning new levels of self-reliance and strength within myself. So it wasn't all bad, but it was bad. It was bad. I have been home back in the DC area for I think about 3 years now. I think this year made 3 years. So it's very, in my mind, fresh. It's like I feel like some of those things I felt like was just yesterday because they were so traumatic for me. And during the time I was going through it, it really didn't feel like I felt Crystal when she was like, it felt normal. You know what I mean? Like, this is not what I signed up for. But it's become normalized. And when you're in that abusive mind state, you don't know anything else. And there's a level, for me, there was a level of shame. Like, especially, thinking about what my family would say, I would say is the biggest thing that brought me so much shame because they were completely against me moving. And I'm like, I'm doing what, I mean, can I curse?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I was like, some people algorithms, they be trying not to
Oh
curse all the time.
yeah. Go
But
ahead.
no, I'm about to do what the fuck I want to do. I'm leaving. I don't want to be here. And I loved Houston. Like, I visited one time before I moved there, and I was like, oh yeah. This is hot all the time. It's sunny. I could do yoga outside. Like, it's parks, it's trails. What? Sign me up. Like, I was sold. And yeah, it was a wild ride after that.
So let us know. I know I won't get too into it, but what was it? What was it that made you? Because I know we were like I was describing that energy. Like, was there any signs of those types of energies when in this connection, like a lusty or any type
Oh,
of?
100%.
Mhm.
100%. Like, so we were both Scorpios.
Of course,
So,
that's a lot.
you know, so, sacral energy is our energy. So that was, needless to say, always in our connection. Now, looking back, it it was a tool of manipulation after a while. But in the beginning, yeah, like, oh my goodness. Yes, 100%, like 110%. And so then when it shifted, I saw the other side of that demon. It was like withholding sex as manipulation for me, but being hypersexual in every other aspect, like on social media, flirting with girls. Like, I knew he was cheating, but I was so mentally broken down at that point that I just was like, out of sight, out of mind. If I don't look through his phone, I can just hope that it goes away. I can love him enough and show him that I am this, that, and the third enough to where he's like regretting that he's doing this to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit was not, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking.
Nope.
It's
You
like,
know why? But that's the manipulation,
yeah,
right? That
yeah.
is the manipulation. The manipulation is to have you in your head think competing, right? Like,
Yeah,
because it's to break down your self-esteem, to believe that you're not good enough, or I want to hold on to my man, or I don't want nobody else to have my man. Let me compete. Let me
right,
compete,
right.
because that makes them feel better. Now, again, let me see. I'm going to ask you the same questions. Was this person on your level when you met them? Did you feel like y'all was on the same level? Did you feel
No,
like you were dating
no,
down?
no, no. I 110% was dating down. Okay. Now, what I will say is that who he presented himself to be initially, I did not realize that I was dating down. It wasn't until I went to go visit Houston that I realized I was dating down. And I was like, okay, nah, this is not like he don't even, I'm not even gonna get into it, but he just was not.
So my other question is this: what did you know about? Because I didn't ask this question to Crystal, and I probably should. What did you know about the previous relationship?
I knew a lot, and I should have, taken heed. I should have
Okay.
taken heed. He had 2 children with 2 different women, and painted himself as the victim in both relationships, and sold me a story of being taken advantage of by women that he loved, how they cheated on him, how they were talking to other guys behind his back, all the things that he did to me, but
And, and I'm
and,
sure that was the story after you of what you did to him as well to the next one, right? Like that's
and you know what? No, I don't think so. His story about me is that I was manipulative. I left him. I
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
abandoned
But
him.
his story about you is actually
Oh
what
yes,
he was to you.
no, 100%.
Yeah. Normally that's another way that the narcissist kind of work and that energy works is to flip it onto you. So you now become the villain in their story when
Yes,
they know exactly who they were presenting themselves as. Like, yeah, yeah.
100%.
Totally
And
understand.
he even went as far as to try and vilify me with his family, with his friends. You know, it went from, oh, this is my queen, this is my goddess, like I love her, like this is it. We about to do this. We building this business, yada yada yada. And then it turned into she's crazy, she's insecure, she's manipulative, she just want to be up under me all the time. She don't got no life.
Mm-hmm.
Da 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 da
Mm-hmm.
da. Like it just was. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, are you
That's
serious?
the cycle of getting ready to dispose of, right?
Exactly.
Like first
Exactly.
they love bomb,
Building the
they
case.
need you, they love
Yeah.
you. Oh my God, I can't live without you. And then when they get the new supply, they get the
Of
new one on the
energy.
side, they getting ready to move on. They start to discard you, make you seem crazy, make you seem Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, so see, that's that same energy again, y'all. Like
Yes.
it's
Yes.
that
It's
energy
same.
that it manipulates, it flips. It's that Jezebel spirit, right? Manipulation is crazy. And manipulation comes through lies. And then it's not usually that person also has a team, right? They always get somebody that just like rooting them on or in their ear. Because
Yes.
Crystal said it earlier, he had someone in her ear, in their
Yes.
ear, talking to them. It's always because that external validation is so important to have other people believing that you are this way versus the way you really are, because then they will look crazy, right? So those external forces that they work with is so crazy
Yes.
because that Jezebel spirit never works alone
Oh
because
no,
it
no,
likes
no,
to be
no.
close. It
Mm-mm.
doesn't like to be found out. So
Between his friends and the females that he became entangled with via social media, because he was like really big. I'm not gonna say big, but he had a large following on social media,
mm,
and it was a lot of the like, and no offense to anybody, but it was like the spiritual hoe community. You know what
uh-huh.
I'm saying? Like
Oh yeah, there's a
the
whole
the women who operate and they use the Jezebel spirit to manifest in this
that's
lifetime. You know what I mean? Like strippers, and this is no shade to a stripper, but that's that energy that you have to use in order to thrive in that profession is spiritual. And
mhm.
yeah, like I mean
It's
that was
manipulative.
yeah, that was the type of females that he would attract. And so he would come and ask me spiritual questions, and then I would, as I'm giving him the answer, he's on his phone like typing it into a message. And he's
Wow.
not hiding the fact that some girl asked him a question, but he's also not saying, let me ask my queen and see what she says and I'll get back to you.
Of
No,
course not.
he's taking my information, and like you said, he's cloaking himself with me.
With
And
you. And she's
Yeah.
feeding off of you
Yeah,
because she
multiple different ones. Like they would
Mhm.
even go as far as like fake like they wanted to buy jewelry from me and say they wanted to come pick it up so that they could come to our house. And when I would be like, no, I'll ship it to you or we can meet somewhere, they would then not want to purchase anything.
Wow.
So it really got to
Wow.
be very, very weird. Like it was super weird. It got to the point where the last young lady that he was dealing with before I left, she started saying that she made jewelry and she was a yoga teacher just like me. When prior to that,
Copycat energy.
yeah, prior to that, she was like on my page, on my jewelry page, like in my comments, all of that. And she was in real estate. She wasn't even doing any of this. She wasn't even like spiritual. She was like a little young girl who was out here in the club taking pictures, all that type of stuff. Like it was not giving spiritual at all.
It's giving copycat.
He was
It's
trying to
giving, I want
recreate
to
me
be,
because
doppelganger.
he thought that he could recreate me in a more easily controlled energy.
That is it.
He could not control me the way that he wanted to, and
Yes.
it infuriated him. But I'm so protected that it didn't ever get physical. But
Yes.
he wanted to whoop my ass. Okay,
Yes.
when I tell you he
Yes.
wanted to whoop my ass, but he knew better. He knew better.
Absolutely. He knew
Yeah.
better. So instead of that, he disrespected you and used these women to disrespect you because he actually really had no real respect for you
None.
at the time.
None. And so verbal, like the verbal abuse was really
Hmm.
his thing, the verbal and the spiritual, because um and I don't want this to go over anybody's head, but I feel like we're all on the same frequency around here. But he stole my dreams for 5 years. Like I am someone who dreams often in color. I travel in the astrals often ever since I was a young child. And for
Oh,
those 5 years that I was with him and probably like a year after I left him, I could not dream. I could not dream
mm.
at all. I'm so grateful for plant medicine because with cannabis and mushrooms and blue lotus flower and mugwort, these are things, amethyst crystals, like these are things that I've used to help me regain, everything that he tried to take. It was really, really, really deep. Like,
Yeah, because it's more than just a sex. So people have to understand when you're having sex with someone, when you are physically connecting with that person, as a woman, we bring life through our portals. We are the portal. Okay, let's not even fake like we not who we are. We are divine feminine energy. We are chosen by the divine to bring life. And we're not, I'm not talking about Jezebels. We're talking about divine feminine energy. So you have portals that are open. And
mhm.
when that man is able to unlock your chakras and get into those portals and explore temples and places he don't belong because he is not holding that same energy, okay, for a while he's protected because you have protected him because you allow access, right?
100%.
Because you loved
Oh
him,
my
you
God.
opened up the access.
Oh my gosh, that's so crazy that
Go
you
ahead.
said that. That's so crazy that you said that because he literally used to be like, "You're my lucky charm." Like there were so
Mm,
many times where
mhm.
we were in literally the first time I went to see him, we were in a near death experience. Like we almost my side of the car almost got T-boned by a car because he was not paying attention and he was making a left turn and a car was coming and I almost got hit. And if I wouldn't have been like, bang, and he sped off, I would have died the first time I met him.
Mm.
And then there were other times where we were pulled over by different entities cloaking themselves as police. And because I'm sitting in the passenger seat doing whatever I'm doing, right? We got out of those situations and, no ticket, no nothing. Like just,
Oh my.
went on about our business.
Mhm.
And so he used to always be like, man, if you wasn't with me, I wouldn't have got out of there. Or you were my lucky charm and da 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 da. And do you know when the very first time that so just to give you a quick timeline, like he left me here, left me stranded. We came to visit my family. He left me stranded here, went back to Houston. I decided not to have anything to do with him, but I moved back to Houston. We ended up getting back together. I left him, then I came back, then I went back, and then I left him for good. So the first time that he left me, when I literally removed all my energy from him. Once I saw what I saw, and it was no denying that he was cheating on me, and I couldn't in my mind just push it away, like out of sight, out of mind. Like if I don't see it, it ain't real. All
Right.
those wild ass things that I was telling myself. As soon as he left me and he went back there, he got in a near death car crash and got severely injured. Like literally, car was totaled, all of that, like almost died. And then got into a physical altercation with the young lady that he left me for and got sent to jail. After you had been free from jail for like 11, he was an ex-con and had been out of jail for like 13 years doing good. I got him on a great path.
And that's it.
Such a great
That was
life.
the test though.
Exactly. Exactly.
To put you into his life and for him to make the correct decision or go on the karmic path. And a lot of times, when that, again, we be so good to people. We be so good to people to the point that they don't even think we'll ever leave, baby. We got that I'll stay forever energy. But that shit, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna say this real quick.
Because I will, but I won't. Don't play.
Yeah, no, but see, that's that. See, you got to understand that just as above, so below. So just as negative energy has a trickster spirit, so does positive energy has a trickster spirit. Because within the energy of I'll hold you down and I love the hell out of you, never think that I love you more than I love myself, though. Don't ever think that I don't have the energy to walk the hell away when I know I'm being played and I get it. Like once I get it, I got it, so
exactly.
And that is a thing that it takes strength to walk away when you've been mentally manipulated over time. But when and it's time to go and divine tells you to go, if you're a divine being and you don't make that move, you stay in a karmic cycle.
Yeah.
You choose. As I said earlier, divine beings, I get it. Everyone has free will. You don't. Okay? Your free will, because you don't get to be regular, right? So if you want to think you have free will, then go right ahead, but you must not be divine. Because divine beings do not really have a free will as far as we have two choices. We go on the divine path or we go on a karmic path. Those are our two choices. You go into the spiral of repeating the same bullshit that never worked for you, or you level up. And you say, it may be hard to level up. I might have to get rid of people that don't serve me. I may have to get rid of people that I really love, but they're not willing to walk the same path and divine is calling me. When they say answer your calling, the calling usually comes when you over there playing games in the field with people who ain't ready to level up. You hear the call and they don't hear it. And then you may even tell them, hey, you hear that? And they like, no, we don't want. They don't want to. But those who answer the calling, they get to move on. And then moving on, you're going to get pulled at. So did you feel your energy as you decided to leave the situation? When you did decide to finally let it go and release it, did you feel a pulling on your energy? Was there a bounce back? Like, how did he react?
Oh my gosh. 1,000%. Yes. Yes. He went fucking crazy. Okay. He went crazy. Like the first time, we went through a tumultuous, that first situation, and then I moved back to Houston alone. It was very much the same energy that I met when we first encountered one another. It was very doting. It was very apologetic. It was taking accountability for what you did. But as time went on, and I needed time to heal. Okay, like I ain't never taken nobody back that cheated on me before, so I need to figure this out. And it may not take me a month. I might be bringing this up for the next year. But if you truly want to make this work, then you're going to accommodate me regardless of what the case may be. No, he got tired of hearing about it. He got tired of wanting to talk about it. So it was like the behaviors just reverted right back to what they were before I left. And so then same thing, left him. He did the same thing. I went back. He was okay for a little bit. And then it was like, it happened even quicker that time. So we're like, the first time it took him like 2 months for the cracks to show. I went back, it took him like a month or 2 weeks, 3 weeks for the cracks to show before I was leaving his ass again. So, I mean, the energy, his energy could not survive without mine. Even to this day, I still do different things to protect myself, to keep him from pulling at my energy, because I know that he is always trying. But the thing is that he's searching for someone that doesn't exist anymore. As I've evolved from the person that I was when I was with him. And even when I tried to be, I can't believe it, but I tried to be friends with his ass, you know, even after all of the shit that he did to me. Like, like you say, we too good to people. Like,
too damn good.
Too good. Cause I understand why you are the way you are. I know your background story. I know the things that you've been through. I know what you've had to endure within your life, but you are the one who's choosing to not heal from it. Cause I was there to help. You were giving me so that you could heal and have somebody to help you through that process, but you spit on your gift.
Yeah.
So now you got to learn the lesson the hard way, and it's difficult. So you're pulling for me because I was the safest space that you had. But that broken lady that you were with, she don't exist anymore.
She no here no more.
Yeah, she's gone. You know?
She no here.
So it's very interesting the ways in which it plays out now, because, you know, he can't contact me directly. So the energy comes through his family members, his friends, you know, things like that. People who I know loved me and knew that I was great for him and loved the person that he was when we first got together. But it's an exercise in futility, because I'm never coming back. You'll never talk to me again. If you see me again, it's only because Divine wants to give you a gift for some reason. But if I have any say in the situation, which I do, you'll never see me again. You'll never be allowed to cross paths with me. You'll never even see me in the fucking grocery store if I decide to come visit Houston. Even if I go to your mama house, you still ain't gonna be able to see me. And you live there. So, like, you still won't be able to see me.
And you live there.
Divine is not gonna allow it, because you do not deserve it. Like,
yes.
You don't deserve
and that's the thing about divine feminine energy. Y'all have to understand, like, all energy is not the same. Certain energies, you know, not that God protects everyone, that, you know, all of his children, but there's a special protection around the anointed. That's why he said, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. The divine feminine energy is here for healing, rebuilding. It is not here to be used. It's not here to be abused. It's not here to be siphoned. It's not here to be harvested. It's not here for that. So before I finish up and we wrap it up and I move on, I want to show a little clip real quick and we'll come right back, okay? I'll be right back. All right, let's see. Let's do that.
The average man does not have access to a divine feminine woman. A woman who has done her deep inner work, the shadow work, the spiritual work, and she is on a journey that lives out in a divine feminine state, doesn't want average men to access her. Why? Because she knows what comes with the average man. The egotistical nature, the abuse, the lack of respect, and the uphill struggle that she's going to have to go through in order just to live out her life. It will be a misery. The traditional means of men impressing women with their status, with their cars, with all of their money in the bank, they're gone. The divine feminine doesn't want it. It sees past it. It knows that it's surface level, it's just a material status piece, and that the baggage that comes with all of that stuff just isn't worth it. When a man chooses to be with a woman, and in return she chooses to be with him, that choice is an expression of love. It is an expression of accessibility through the divine. And only when that choice is made will any man or woman have access to the other.
Ashe. Yes. See, this is an energy that not everyone should be accessing. Again, the divine feminine carries codes. It carries light codes. It carries healing codes. It carries codes for the new world that we're building. And when you get with the wrong man, when you get with the wrong energy, when you have the wrong friends around you, when you allow access, because see, that's the thing. The reason why they want to be so close is because they can't do shit without access. It's like sinners. You got to let them in the door. You got to welcome them in. You got to say, come on in. And when we fall in love with someone, baby, we give them full access. Full access. Places they don't deserve to be. A lot of times they don't. And that's why it is important that divine feminine energy is with divine masculine energy. And other than that, I believe the divine feminine energy needs to be celibate, because our energy is not for just pleasure. It heals communities. It builds empires. It is not just coochie.
Okay.
I'm just
regular
telling you,
ass
it's not, because that is why there's always a pull on it. That is why they turn into the fucking Incredible Hulk when they get it. That is why they become Superman and they never want to put on their Clark Kent shirt again, because they didn't got a taste of it. And now all the other non-defined, and this is the thing, when you are with a divine energy, baby, the Jezebels love you. And you thinking you stepping it up because this chick got more weave, or she got bigger lashes, or she got a bigger booty, or she's more this or more that, or she's presenting that way. I can promise you that you will not find anything diviner than a divine feminine. And then when you lose it, baby, you just lost a unicorn, and you don't get it twice. You don't get rare twice. So if you think that misusing and abusing an energy, anybody for one, goes without karma, and if you think that God choosing this person and putting them in your life as a gift, and you snubbing that gift is going to go without some type of recourse, then you are delusional. You are cray-cray.
Delulu.
Delulu. Okay? It doesn't work that way. And another thing is this: energy harvesting is real. So is destiny swapping. Okay? A lot of divine feminines, we are here on a mission, a bigger mission than any of these little Jezebels running around with just popping their ass and twerking all day. We are here to heal, rebuild, and remember who we are, and to then remind our community of who they are. But we can't do that if we got to be out here trying to maintain our energy. Because again, when you exchange that energy with a man and he goes and exchange that energy with another woman, believe it or not, that woman is siphoning that energy through him from her.
Yes.
That is what it is. Yes. So that cheating shit that you're doing is really, it is truly, it's really messing up, not just you, because what you don't realize, again, is that you're sacrificing a gift for a curse. You're sacrificing ascension for dissension. You're sacrificing, because I'm tired of sex. I mean, like, honestly, I could do without. If it's just sex, if it's not a sacral energy exchange, a sacred energy exchange, it's not sacred. I don't want it. Because what it's doing is draining. If it's not adding, it's draining. That's what it's doing to you. And it's taking from who you are to become. Your sacred partner, yes. I believe a lot of these masculines were put in our lives to be our partners, to protect us. But a lot of them, they get jealous. They get jealous of their partner. They get jealous of your light. Not knowing that your light is going to activate their light. But they're so busy being jealous, they can't even, and that's why you can't date down divine feminine. You can't.
Okay, so that just made me think of something, and I knew it was fucked up at the time, but you saying that, it just brought it back to my mind. He used to always say, "You so talented, you so talented, and I don't have nothing. I don't have no gifts. I don't have nothing. You do it. You know how to do so much. You know how to do everything, and you not doing shit with your talents. I wish I had your talent." And I used to be
I
like,
wish I
"You
had your
do have," you know what I mean? In my mind, I'm like, "You do have talent. You do." Da, 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 da. I'm trying to encourage him. I'm not even like, it's not comprehending the spell that he's casting in that
Mm-hmm.
moment. And
This
so
is switcheroo.
by
I
the
brought you together.
time we parted ways. Okay, so just so to know a little bit about me, like, I went to fashion school. I've always been into fashion. I love clothes, dressing, everything, aesthetics. Like, that is my jam. Like, that's always been me, even since I was little. Like, I literally style my family. I'm everybody's personal shopper. Like, that's me. But when I got with him, it was very much on some, oh, that whole era of a Black power conscious community thing, like, fuck the labels, this, that, and the third. And even though I don't wear a lot of name brands because I was studying these things and I don't agree with their business practices, I still liked nice things and I would still shop for myself. I would still buy clothes. The whole time I was with him, I looked so fucking bummy. Like, because he was a bummy nigga before I met him. You know what I'm saying? And that's not, I'm not even trying to like be mean, but I mean, it just is what it is. Like, he was from the hood, he ain't have a lot, he was a bummy nigga. Like, it just was what it was. Girl, when we separated ways, oh, he's going to the outlets, he's buying new Jordans, he's asking me to match his fits and this and that and the third. Never once buying me anything while I'm sleeping next to you. I'm ironing your fucking clothes every morning. I'm getting up, turning on meditations for you, making you tea and elderberry in the morning so you don't get fucking sick when you go to work. Like, I'm doing all of these just magnanimous things, and he's
Mm-hmm.
just, it's just
Draining and
draining.
taking
Like,
and
he's
loving
yes,
and
taking
taking
it
it all
in,
in.
right?
And baby, no
Never
equal give and
pouring
take,
anything back,
no pouring,
never giving anything, just
motherfucking goblet like this, just
getting
empty.
mad,
Ain't
just
nothing in
being a fucking asshole,
that.
even when I'm doing things for you. Like, and I'm like, you know, hey, girl, I mean, just lapping it up. Got a straw, just,
Yep. Oh
taking
my
it all.
gosh. Yes. Pour back into me. Pour
Right.
more and more and more while your light depletes. And
Mhm.
then, yes,
The
yes. I'm gonna get
jealousy
into
be a
my story at the
motherfucker.
end, y'all. So y'all just hold tight.
Yes.
That jealousy, people think that your partner can't be jealous of you. Bullshit. Okay. Because my story ain't got nothing to do with this one. But I had a partner, he was what? I got him out. But when you say you got, because baby, I didn't know nothing but dating down because I always felt bad for motherfuckers. I don't know what was wrong with me growing up. I had a lot of abandonment wounds, right? So I was always like, oh, okay, well, he ain't got nothing. I'm doing great. Let me help you out, baby. I ain't never been dragged to hell so much, but by a man that was not in his own power. Because when they're not in their power, they feel disempowered by you. They feel disempowered by your energy. They feel disempowered by your accomplishments. They feel disempowered by your friendships. They feel disempowered by the way people treat you.
Oh
They
my
feel
God.
disempowered by your car. They feel disempowered by your dog, by your cat. Why you got this? Why you got that? Like, god damn. We can have it together if you would stop looking at it as me. And I was married to this man. I had him. And let me tell you what my ex-husband did. I'm gonna get off of me. I'm gonna get back over there. But he looked me dead in my face and said, I want what you have. This is before he went immense to beating my ass physically. And this was the last time we spoke. But when I seen it, it was that energy. And I'm gonna tell y'all, I see it. I know I can see it in their eyes. I can see that energy, and I seen it. I'm gonna get into my story, but I seen that shit since I was a little girl. Since I was a little girl, I used to see it in my mother's partners. That evil. It was like a half and half. It was like it was a human, but there was something in those eyes that I used to see. And I used to be scared when I saw it in my mother's partners. And then I started seeing it in my partners. And it's the same energy. Every single time. Okay, that is a generational curse. That is a karmic curse. That is a lifetime of following your ass around and destroying you. In this life, this is why I made this platform. So we don't be, we are not going to be destroyed by the same energy over and over again. We are going to call it out for what it is. Absolutely. Yes. So I'm going to ask you, and I'm just checking. Okay. So I don't think my sister Crystal's coming on tonight. I think she fell asleep, y'all. I ain't going to lie. She probably just fell asleep. My baby had a long day. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, but we do have knowledge backstage. We're going to bring him on next. But I do have a couple more questions for you before we wrap it up. Okay. So what role did fear play in your decision-making process? And how did you manage it?
I feel like fear was the driving force behind everything I did at that point in my life. And I feared so much. I feared him leaving me. I feared being alone. I feared what my family would have to say. I feared what his family would have to say. I feared what my future would be. I feared if I would ever be in a relationship again. I mean, I feared whether I would ever have kids. Like, you know, so many things. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, I feared what my life would be, thinking that I wasted so much of it dealing with this man. It was probably one of the scariest times in my life, if I'm being honest.
Honestly, yeah, I can see that. And that's the thing, is like, there's a certain amount of fear that they would love for us to keep with us, because that fear keeps us to a certain level of submission, a certain level of neediness.
It's that codependent.
A certain level of I can't do better than this. It's that codependent shit. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let me go ahead to these. Yes. Peace and blessings. Nice topic and dialogue. Divine and karmic is brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for tapping in tonight. Thank you. And Crystal is still here, y'all. In the background, my other Crystal. So we have two Crystals. Yeah. So Crystal Bryant was the one that was on earlier, and I wanted to share with y'all. She said she didn't know anything about his last relationship. He kept it secret. So I had the same situation until I didn't, until shit started hitting the fan. You know what I'm saying? So I started finding out shit on my own. You know, God started sending in messages and shit. But before that, I didn't even know. I didn't know. And had I known about the last relationship, baby, I would have never been there. Never, ever, 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 ever. You know that Taylor Swift? Because we are never, ever, ever, say it with me, getting back together. Oh, shit. Yes, God is always in control. Absolutely. So, yes, fear, I think, you guys, you know, fear is a big part of the manipulation. The fear is to wound your ego, to make you feel, again, less than, to make you feel like, this motherfucker just walked out on me. This person just treated me like this. And they leave you. They kind of try to pull the rug from under you. It's type of like a jerk kind of response thing, right?
Oh, yeah. It's like, you know, somebody clip you up and you fall, like just kick your leg off from under you.
Yeah.
Fuck you right on up. You like, what the hell? Why is my face in the ground right now? Like,
and that's purposefully. Yeah. Never think that any of this shit is on accident. All of this is purposefully. And it just, you know, some people are okay. So we're gonna get into the fact that some people do it unconsciously, right? Because they are just manipulators, liars, but they're not deviantly, you know, they're doing it.
But they're not conscious of it.
Nobody. But then there's those who are plotting, who are doing this shit. Not just, they are plotting. Like, they got whole groups and they like, look what I could do. Look how I can manipulate this person. And this is what they do. So there's extremes to this type of energy as well. And again, like I spoke about the trickster spirit, there are trickster spirits on both levels. And the trickster spirit to me, and the divine is the biggest trickster there is. People think that the devil is a trickster. Sure, the devil has his manipulative ways, but divine will have you thinking that a star seed, a earth angel, a divine, a chosen one is weak or bait. You are really, a lot of times people don't realize that being chosen is to be picked for a divine mission. And so if I am picked for a divine mission, that mission might include me getting stomped out. That mission might include me, losing my wealth, or losing this or losing that at that time, because you're being used. Everybody wants to be used by God until they have to be used by God. But once we are there, sometimes God will use us as bait. And it is like hook, line, and sinker for narcissists to come into contact with a divine being. It's like, let me put this person, this is called your last chance. Let me give you your last chance for redemption. And whatever you choose to do with this one, this is going to determine your fate. And a lot of people don't realize that they are on their last chance. They've been manipulating, they've been lying for such a long time that it's become second nature. But when you run into a spiritual warrior with spiritual authority that is chosen by the Most High to stand on business, to bring truth, to heal the world, you think the divine is truly going to allow you to break that person all the way down? You are allowed to break them to where they need to be broken so that they can heal those wounds that need to be healed. That is your only mission. You were used to bring that person up. They were not used by you. You think that they were used by you because you got whatever you got it. But guess what? What you got from them, you needed. So when she gave you her love, it's because you needed that love at the time. That's why divine allowed it. But what she needed was to be broken. So she knew where she was broken at. She had to go fill in those holes because her mission was so much bigger. So a lot of times these narcissists and these entities think they're being used, but the divine is always in control. No one else is in control. So when we look back on these incidents, I want us to look at them as healthy, like as unhealthy lessons that helped us become more healthy. It's like sometimes you got to eat a burger and your gallbladder almost fall the hell out before you change your diet up. But once you do, I mean, it's that extreme. You got to fuck yourself up sometimes before you go and heal yourself. Some people got to go to the extremities to almost killing themselves before they go down the right path.
That's how a lot of people become healers, because their own health has gotten so terrible that they have no choice but to seek out a natural way, because nothing else is working. And now you've unlocked your purpose, your power.
You've unlocked your power. Mm-hmm. And that right there is what we get from these type of experiences, that they 100%. Are here to unlock our power. With Crystal, I love her. I love her spirit, her energy. Mm-hmm. And baby, when I say that her power, like when I first spoke to her, it was nothing unsure. I knew. First of all, I knew when I was drawn to her that she was a divine feminine, because we are being drawn to each other, because we need support systems. Divine feminine, if the divine masculine is not ready, we will support each other until he wakes all the way up.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. But in the meantime, when I see my sister post something that is alarming to me, that sounds like a cry for help, you will hear from me. If you are my sister, you will hear from me. You know why? Because I had that same cry for help and I did not post it, and I needed the help at the time. But I got through it on my own, and I never want someone to have to go through what I had to go through to get through it on my own. Mm-hmm. There was ways, like it was like being lost in the jungle without a machete and all these woods around, and me using my bare hands and bleeding. But I got through that shit. And now I've paved a way where nobody else has to bleed to get through that same fucking path.
Ashe. So, that's very powerful, and I'm grateful that you had me on as well, because this is healing for me. I am a supremely private person. I don't share with a lot of people the inner workings of things that have gone on in my life. I did not tell anyone. It's still things that I have not shared about that time of my life with anyone, because they have caused me so much shame. But doing this, I feel like has freed me, and like I'm realizing how I was protecting him in a lot of ways, like not wanting to say certain things or
Yes,
cast him in a negative light. Like maybe that's not fair to him, even though he did what he did. But it's like no, like this is my story, this is my truth, this is what I've lived. Everybody has their own perception, and it's okay for me to tell mine. So I'm grateful to both of you,
absolutely.
Crystal and you and the other brother that's coming through, because this is a very liberating experience. And I feel like even if we as a collective, help one person realize, okay, this relationship is not something that I need to even explore any further, I'm gonna get my ass gone now. You know what I
You
mean?
could be
Like,
saving someone's life,
yeah,
honestly.
yeah, because I mean, all of us have come to that point where the person that we were with, well, I don't know, I can't speak for everybody, but I know you and I, just from our conversations, have come to a point where somebody was legitimately going to kill us if we did not leave
That
the
part.
situation.
That's it.
Like truly, like
Legitimately was going to take our lives.
yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
and talk about destiny swapping to the maximum, like putting me back in a karmic loop, taking my like my energy, siphoning everything that I have, like came this close to that shit. It's
Yes.
scary to even think about. But like you said, you saw it, I heard it. Like it was in the voice, it was in a yell, and
See?
the way I was like, oh no, mm-mm, never again. I'm
No.
gone.
And that's the thing about when you're divine, like when you get that it's that heavy because when divine has to intervene, you got to know some real foul shit is going on that you don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
And when divine has to intervene,
It's like,
you
get your
got
ass out
to
of
know
here
there's
now.
some real foul shit going on that you did not know about, because that's why you are not to lean on your own understanding. It took me a while to understand that. Like, don't lean on my own understanding. What do you mean? Because you cannot see everything, but divine sees it all. It hears the conversation you cannot hear. And guess what? I saw first, and then I heard their voices, and then I heard what was being said. Things I heard
Mm-hmm.
conversations because divine, but I could not hear until I was healed. You have to understand that
Mm-hmm.
divine would not allow me, because what that enemy wanted me to do was not be here today, not continue on, not tell the story, not to enlighten anyone else. Because the whole purpose of, again, a lot of our journeys is to go through what we go through so that we can enlighten others. But if you don't
Facts.
make it through it, there's other people who won't make it through it because you didn't make it through it. Believe it or not, they
Right.
won't make it through because you didn't make it through. That's how important your life is. We are in an impact to each other. And I
Mm-hmm.
tried to explain this. I've explained it. So I talked to my sister about it, that when you're a divine being, you are the rock, and your tribe is the ripple. So when divine throws you out there, there's a ripple of tribe members, and
Yeah.
whatever effects things have on you, it also affects those tribe members around you. If I got on here every day and be like, y'all can't make it, we ain't gonna make it, it's hard out here, the tribe members gonna start feeling like,
Yes, yes. Those things are gonna manifest. What you put into the universe is going to ripple right back to you. You can't
exactly.
put that out. No, that's facts, sis. That's facts.
So when we go through things, it's important that we share how we got through them as well, because that's a ripple effect. That
Yeah.
also is healing to the whole community. When we come on here and say, yes, I was abused, I was misused, I was treated like a piece of meat, I was not seen for who I was, but I know who I am, I know how to get out of it, I can tell you,
Yes.
then you become powerful. Then you stand in your purpose. Then you are being led really truly by divine. And I try to, when people step away from these type of relationships, we become the fool in the tarot deck. We go back to zero. We don't know what the hell is ahead of us, but we rather go and step over that ledge than turn around and look
Yeah.
back at all that demonic bullshit that we just went through.
fresh.
So it's a
new
trust in
start.
divine. Yes, we take our little knapsack, the food. He got this little tiny ass knapsack. He ain't got no luggage or nothing. Nigga ain't got shit.
Little.
Just like Crystal said, when she was time to go, it was time to go. Baby, she packed her bag, but she didn't even take that shit. You understand? When it's time to get the fuck, it's time to get the fuck. He took his little doggy, his little knapsack, and he went off that cliff, and he said, I trust you, God. And that's what we got to do.
I'm out here.
I'm out here. I'm outside. I'm going outside because you don't know how to treat me. You don't know what to do with me. And what you're going to do is either misuse, abuse, or get rid of me. And so, you know, it is sad, but some things are just that sinister. People will go that extreme when they see your light and they don't. You would think someone who loves you likes you, right? But they said there's a thin line between love and hate for a reason, because just as much as someone could admire you, guess what the extreme of admiration is? Jealousy and envy. They admire you so much that it makes them sick to their motherfucking stomach. They can't understand how you got the light, but they don't. But yet they won't look at their unhealed parts to go for the light. So they'll steal it because they don't want to do the fucking work. They see it in you. They don't want to do the work. So they'll try to steal it from you. And I mean, they'll do the most craziest, conniving, most weirdest shit to try to steal your light instead of doing normal fucking work on yourself to gain your light the right way. Do you think that God is really going to truly take from a divine being and say, oh, since you did all this black magic and candle magic and all this ritual bullshit, here's her gifts. You can have them. She doesn't deserve them because she stood on. Come on, man.
People do baneful works and they don't even understand the ramifications of what is going to ripple back to them. You can't be out here using root work and things that are meant to save and heal and protect and provide for, to still kill, misuse, mishandle, molest. You can't do that and expect that shit not to come back to you. You may feel like you on top of the world for a second, but all of that is going to come crashing down because divine is never going to allow you to manipulate and misuse a light being.
Not at all.
It's just not happening.
It makes no sense. They send down a light being, a divine being. Let me pull this up for you guys because I know we got knowledge, and he said, let her cook. He in the background. He don't mind the knowledge, like let y'all go. But let me just say, I'm going to give you a definition of a divine being. Okay, let's see where are my notes. Here we go. Because you got to understand that again. Believe whatever you want, but this is Pronoia, and I'm the goddess Rael, and these are my beliefs. And my beliefs are that we all, have skin, and we all present as human, but within us are different types of souls. Okay, there are different types of souls, and some of us carry a divine soul for a divine mission. You get that divine authority for a reason. And divine doesn't just throw around authority to anybody who the divine doesn't deem responsible enough to carry the authority. Okay? So just know that for one. So let's see. Where is it? Where is it, Raquel? You put it in here. I saved so much stuff.
I just want to say much less to everybody in the chat. Yeah.
Yes. Shout out to everybody who's been hanging out with us at fucking 3:00 in the morning.
Okay. Bearing witness and holding space for all of us. Like,
yes.
It means a lot. And I'm grateful. I seen some of my fam in the chat. My sis Tamsin, she's tuning in all the way from the UK.
Oh, wow.
Gotta give her a shout out.
Thank you. Thank you for tapping in.
So I'm appreciative of all of you guys. Please follow me on IG. I will follow back. I'm definitely open to all soul tribes. So much love.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you again, y'all. I see quite a few people still in here. Like, I didn't expect nobody being here tonight. I thought everybody was going to watch it tomorrow.
Later,
Shout out to everybody who actually tapped in tonight. Like, I really appreciate you. And shout out to my sister, Miss Smart Video Girl. Like, I'm gonna tell y'all, she was supposed to be on tonight. I know she's probably asleep. She had a long day. She helped me out putting in some of these videos for me and doing all this stuff behind the scene for me. So shout out
Yes.
to her.
Shout
I'm gonna
out
have her back on
Kristen.
because she has a story to tell as well. And I'm telling you, y'all, everybody, I have met people who have, again, I don't need external validation, but sometimes you need that I know I'm not craziness, you know. And I've had
That
people
part.
hit me with, yes, because I'll be like, yo, I mean, I know what's going on, but then I've gotten, Divine has really put people in my life to say, no, baby, you're not
Yes.
crazy. No, baby, this is
Can
really
I
happening. No, baby. Go
okay.
ahead. Yeah.
Can I share a quick story about how Divine helped me in this situation, this last relationship that I was in? Because this is the
Yeah,
last
absolutely. Go
relationship that I
ahead.
was in. So on social media, I was friends. Well, we were mutual followers. A young lady who was also in Houston. She was, same frequency, just a beautiful soul. So we had connected, and I actually found found her through his Instagram because I was very, very much in a space of like looking at his social media and seeing what this was back when Instagram would show you what people were liking. Remember, you could
Oh
go
yeah. Oh
and
yeah.
see the stuff that everybody was liking, right? And I would just see him just constantly in all of these different girls' Instagrams, like liking their stuff, commenting under their posts, hearts and eyes and all of that. And so she just happened to be one of them, but I saw that she wasn't really engaging back. So I followed her from my jewelry page. And so we just built a great rapport. So we had never had a one-on-one conversation other than like we talked about collaborating maybe on some things because she makes shea butter and I make jewelry waist beads or whatever. So maybe collaborating on like some content or whatever. That was it. She told me she would start school, so we never talked about it again. We did not talk. Fast forward, me and the guy are going through this whole situation, and I had already found out about the other young lady and has since left him. But I had not posted that on social media. But anybody who was following both of us, which was a lot of people, could see that we were together because we were always posted in the same place, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she reached out to me and was just like, hey, my name is blah, blah, blah. And I know we've never really had a personal conversation, but Spirit has led me to share something with you. Do you mind me sharing? And it may be a little triggering. I was like, not at all. And she was like, I think that your man is messing with a girl that I went to high school with. And this girl is toxic. She's evil. She did XYZ to me. Like just went down the list of this girl's character and the Jezebel spirit that she possesses.
Mm.
And also I like to also say the Delilah spirit as
Oh
well,
yes.
because
Mm-hmm.
we have to just think about the story of Samson and Delilah, and how she just brought this wonderful melanated man to his heel,
Yep.
and so it was just beautiful because Divine showed me that I was not crazy.
Listen,
I was
you
not
already know.
crazy.
Don't even go there with me.
Divine. It was, and look at the same type of manner that happened. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And to this day, me and this young lady are like kindred
Yes. And then you know
spirits.
why? Because Divine did that.
Yeah,
Divine did that. It
yeah.
happened to me, y'all.
This
It
is the
happened to
young lady
me.
I was telling you about that's acupuncture. Like we are locked in, like supremely locked in. Like
See?
that is my sis. And for her to feel the need to come to me and say, look,
Mm-hmm.
I know you're a good girl and this is not right. And he's being weird even in my sister's DMs, So just be on the lookout. And then I had to tell her, like, girl, I'm gone. Like I left his
Right.
ass. And I found out on my own. But thank you for sharing, because now
Right.
I know I'm not stupid when he's telling me that it's not what I think it is.
And it's absolutely what you think it is.
But
So again,
Divine
that's
is
that
always going to
mind.
intervene. Always.
Always. And that intervention, that message, I'm telling you, listen, I got confirmation. I'm not going to even get too much into how I got mine, but I'm telling y'all, divine be moving. I'm going to tell my story at the end. So if y'all stick around, you'll hear it. If not, you can go come back and listen to it. I know it's been a long show, so some of y'all may not be able to stick around to the end, but I will tell about my rebirth and how I got here as well and why I did this show. So we're gonna wrap it up and bring knowledge over. I do have a couple more. Hold on. Let me explain. Let me define divine being for you guys. So a divine being generally refers to an entity believed to possess godlike, supernatural, or transcendent qualities. Depending on the cultural or religious context, divine being might be a god or goddess, or one supreme deity in a monotheistic faith, an angel, spirit, or demigod with divine attributes but lesser power. In some philosophical or esoteric systems, any being existing on a higher non-material plane of existence. Divine beings are usually associated with attributes like immortality, omnipresence, supreme or moral authority. Okay? So I will say this. When you function in these authorities, when you stand in your moral authority, when you say, you know what, I'm not taking it, I'm not doing it, and others may, but I won't, you are showing your divinity. You are being standing in your divine power. And it's okay not to fit in. Yes. So shout out to you, Nate. Knowledge said he wants to give love for your courage and self-mastery. Yes, absolutely.
Knowledge, I truly appreciate that, bro. Like, it means a lot. Thank you. Much gratitude.
And shout out to you too, Crystal. Knowledge gave you much love too. He said, you are the truth. Listen, ladies, I did not bring you here just by chance. This is divine. This is divine. This is divine.
Yes.
These are not, again, we cannot go around treating our women in certain ways and expecting things to change. You have to start taking accountability. You have to start standing in your power. You have to start looking at yourselves as divine. Would you let anything in your energy field if you were divine? The reason why she don't fuck around is not because she can't fuck around. It's because she knows who she is. It is so crazy that people think that having a whole bunch of people is powerful. You know what's powerful? It's standing on the fact that emperors and empresses only fuck with emperors and empresses. They don't fuck with peasants. They don't fuck with the help. They don't fuck with the servants. They fuck with each other. You know why? Because they know they're too powerful to be just spreading themselves thin. Stand in your power, people. Know who you are. I need my divine masculines to listen. Yeah. You are powerful. Stop slanging your dick around like it's a wand and you just making wishes. One day you're going to wake up and them wishes going to be bloop, bloop, bloop on that thing. You got to be more careful.
Your wand going to be a little wilty.
And the same thing for us. Yes. And stop allowing these Jezebels, stop allowing these false images of what a real woman is. These are not real women. These women are attacking you so that you don't fulfill your destiny. They're keeping you back from your destiny. A lot of these women who come around when you finally do meet your divine being is because they're here to stop you. They're here to stunt. They don't want you. You know, a lot of those strippers, they don't want you when you go to those clubs. Their job is to get the money from you.
Exactly.
When a Jezebel comes into your life, her job is to destroy your life, to take away your divine essence, to keep you in a karmic cycle. But if you don't recognize it, if you don't see the baneful magic that she's playing on you, while you're trying to play your divine feminine, you're being played by your Jezebel on the side. If you don't think so, check yourself. Ask yourself, were you feeling that way before you met this bitch? Were you feeling so angry? Were you so tired? Were you so mad? Are you so lustful? No, probably not. No, but you thought that it was because you were so fly that she wanted you. No, it's because the energy of that divine being that you over there exchanging with and you're carrying it over, that Jezebel is siphoning it. And guess what else? When you leave that divine being and that energy starts to dissipate, because baby, it's going to run good right after. You might be on a high right after. You might be like, fuck that bitch. Yeah, I'm living. But baby, that tower will crumble because that energy will run out. It's not yours and it doesn't run forever. So when it's gone, she's going to notice it's gone. And she's going to be like, because she liked being the side chick. Honestly, she didn't mind you sharing energy with her. She just didn't want you to fall in love with her. You understand that? Okay. I'm sorry. That came from
No,
within. That was some
don't
shit I
say
needed to
that.
get off my chest because a lot of these men are walking around and they're being used by these Jezebel energies. And we are never going to get to where we're going to need to be if we can't get our men to get their fucking dicks back in their pants and use the head that God gave them. Like,
Stop
semen
being so
retention is
lazy.
real. It helps
Yes,
you.
yes.
Shit. Your solar
Just
plexus
try
is
celibacy.
fucking powerful.
A man that is in control of his dick is in control of everything within his life.
Thank you, Nanish. Yeah, absolutely. And if you can't control your dick, you can't control your soul. If you
You
can't
can't
control your
control
body,
shit.
how can you control your spirit?
Can't.
You can't.
And men don't
Like,
even
seriously.
put
I used
those
to
two
tell
things
this
together.
dude, be Sade. Be Sade. You know why? You ain't heard Sade on a whole bunch of motherfucking tracks. Sade is exclusive with who she works with. She stays in her lane. She knows her tone. When she pop out, everybody shows up. You know why? Because you may not see her again. She's exclusive.
Exactly.
I'm
Exactly.
exclusive. I don't want to be with nobody that's for the streets. Nobody who's always looking for the next best thing. Because baby, you'll never recognize the best thing for you because you're always looking for an upgrade. And that's easy to show on the outside, but what's on the inside is way more important. And you'll miss out on that. You'll miss out on it. Looking for that looking at that sod that they bought at Lowe's that you thought was real grass, but that shit ain't even real grass over there. That shit is that plastic shit. You over here on turf and shit. Don't get me started. This is losing, like losing really. In
really, no, seriously.
Okay, I'm done.
It's okay.
You're on my heart.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
All right, so last couple of questions, and then I'm about to wrap it up for real. Okay. Here's the questions. Here's the question. Here we go. Hold on. I gotta get back to my questions. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. So when you decided to leave, did you have any support?
I did. Man, the support was overwhelming. And again, it wasn't a lot of people. I'm not gonna say that because I'm a very private person. Like, I don't like to tell people my business. I'm a Scorpio through and through, like mysterious, introverted, all the things, right? So I didn't want to tell nobody what this relationship that I done built up in everybody here is being so perfect, and we just in nature laughing and enjoying and eating salads together, getting smoothies and shrooming. Like, I done painted this whole picture to my friends and family. Like, tell them that he's punching walls around me. Like, oh no, I'm never gonna do that. But I had to stop and say, 2 more inches in that wall would have been your face.
That part.
So it's time to go. As much as you don't want to, it's time to go. And I left this man twice. And both times, the first time, I called my god sister. She said, "How much is your plane ticket?" It was in my Cash App the next moment. Because he took all my money. Like, he had all my bank cards, access, everything. Like, I didn't have nothing but what he wanted me to have. So she sent it to me right away, and she was like, "And don't even think about giving it back because you need to get the fuck up out of there."
There you go.
And then the second time I left, I had to call my mama. I'm like, "Mom."
But that was the last time, right?
That was the last time. I'm like, "Mom, I'm scared." And she's like, "What do you mean you're scared? I need more. I need you to tell me more. You can't just call me and say you're scared. I don't want to hear that. Tell me what's going on."
Mm-hmm.
And I had to tell her. And as much as I hated being so vulnerable and having to expose this raw part of me, this scar, this festering wound that I didn't tell nobody about, and so now it's cancer, and now what?
And that's the thing, is like, sickness comes from holding things in. It starts to manifest in our bodies.
Literal.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's where that's where cancer comes from. That's
Exactly.
where, like, look, my mom died of
Exactly.
cancer. And you know where she died of where her cancer? My mother never smoked a cigarette, a blunt, or nothing in her life, and it came in her throat because there was so much left unsaid. There was so much, and I know that there was so much that she held inside of her. Again, her story, I refuse. I fucking refuse. I did not come down here to motherfucking keep the loops going. I came to break the
Yes.
chains. You
Yes.
understand?
Yes. No more loops. I'm not trying to come
No
back into
more. I am
something.
tired. I am not going to be nobody
Mm-mm.
hamster wheel and just
Mm-mm.
like Monsters Inc. You just filling up on my motherfucking energy and I'm running in
Exactly.
circles and everybody thinking
No.
you a good guy and all that shit. Fuck that shit.
No.
Everybody needs to know that not everything is as it appears to be. And people need to know that when you're dealing with certain types of energies, a lot of people don't speak on it. You know, people try to get mad at Cassie and all these different people when they speak up, but it's hard to do this. This is not easy. You
It's
know how
not.
hard it was for me to even like do this show tonight? Like,
Yeah. No.
girl, my stomach was
100%.
like doing things, and I was like, and I knew it was my nerves because I used to get sick when I was younger when I had to speak. And then when I
Yeah.
started doing this show, it was so easy because I was channeling. But tonight,
Yeah.
I'm not channeling. I'm speaking from my soul, but I'm
Yeah.
speaking on my own behalf. You know, God is with
Yeah.
me, but God is not speaking through me right now. This is my own words, my own experience, and that's hard for
Mhm.
me because I don't mind standing here and channeling. Because those are sometimes I go back and watch it, like, damn, I said that. Damn, I said, because it's not me. You know, it's
Mhm.
me, but it's not all me. Tonight, it's me. It's my experiences. And it's very embarrassing. It's very shameful. It's very, how does she not know? She's a seer. She's a spiritualist. She should know. But
Right.
understand that things are written the way they are. And again, certain people come into your life. That draw, listen, the draw that a karmic has to you is exactly the same draw that a twin flame will have to you. It
I'm
will
about to
feel
say, you think it's your twin flame. I
it
definitely
will
thought he
feel
was my
that
twin
way.
flame.
But a lot of times also they could be. But twins, this is what I try to explain to people. Twins does not mean that that person and you going to end up together. And it
No,
doesn't mean
no,
that they're
no.
going to choose the same path. Some twin flames are twin flames and they're going towards the same direction, but they may not end up there together. Some twin flames, one is going up and one is a falling twin. Me personally, I dealt with a fallen twin, someone who could have went one way, but refused to do the work. And because they were chosen, they have powers, they have energy, they have things, but they choose to use them in manipulation. They choose to use them for other reasons. And so that to me is a fallen twin. They have a mission with you, but they have free will as well. And nobody is forced to stay on the path of divine. But when you don't choose divine and you're chosen, you choose the path of karmic.
Yeah.
You repeat cycles. So we all have a choice and free will. But, you know, to think that I don't want anyone to stay with anyone based on that's my soulmate or that's my
Yeah.
twin flame or that's this.
Mhm.
Because if someone's not treating you right, I don't give a fuck what the type. That could be your husband, your
Hello.
daddy, your mama, whatever. Get out. It is
Exactly.
ruining you. It is a lesson. It is not a blessing. It is not, oh, I'm a strong, I'm a ride or die. Then die. You're going to die. Because people like that they're going to either destroy you. They either want you gone or they want you broken so much that no one else sees you.
Mm. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Yes. That's
Yes.
how I knew this was a karmic situation for me because, like, the loops. I mean, and the things that just was happening over and over and
Mm-hmm.
over again, and I'm like, why do I keep falling for the same shit? Like, why do I keep? But I had to learn that lesson, and the lesson was for me learning how to remove myself from situations and not staying too long, not always trying to see the good in people. Like, just because I see something don't mean they see it. And it's not my job to bring out anyone's potential. Like, and I
Mm-mm.
had to learn that shit the hard way. And before this situation, I had never broken up with anyone. I just let it get so bad that we just didn't
Yep.
have any choice but to separate. And that was a detriment to me. And I postponed a lot of my manifestations because I would refuse to give up different relationships just based on my fear of abandonment. And that's
Yes.
within, that's inner child work. And it took this situation for me to truly come to that realization. So I'm grateful for it, but definitely don't want that karmic loop ever again.
Never.
Never.
Yes. Absolutely. You're getting applause from knowledge in the background.
Appreciate
Yes. So this is our last question. What do you wish you had known? And you kind of answered that, but what do you wish you had known before starting this journey that might have helped you sooner?
That's a good question. Um, I wish I had known myself a little bit more. I thought I knew me a lot, like, but I was still very young in my spirituality and growing up in a strict Christian household and then coming into my own knowledge of self later in my years, it was a big adjustment for me. And at that moment when I met him, I was still very much young in my knowledge of self. And so I wish I would have known myself a little bit more. I don't think that I would have had to go back 2 times. I think I would have been done that first time he left me. I think I would have, reacted a lot differently. And I think I would have spoken up for myself a lot more in that relationship. I was very quiet. I was like the opposite of how I was in any other situation that I had ever been in. I'm like, okay, well, I can't keep doing the same things. Maybe I need to be more passive. Being so aggressive has gotten me into a lot of arguments. I don't like arguing. It's overstimulating for me, so I don't like to do it. So let me just shut up. And that gave him the doorway, like, oh, hello, doormat. You're not gonna
Yes,
say anything?
exactly.
Oh, I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do. Like, please. I gave him the green light. So I wish I would have known myself a little more. For
That's
sure.
so crazy because that's exactly, I think, the same answer that Crystal gave us too. Like, wish I
Yeah,
know myself a little bit more.
yeah.
But you know what I heard from both of y'all answers? Both of y'all had the same answer, but you both have the same solution that situation did that for you, though. So
Yeah.
you wish you had known yourself more, but you would have never known yourself where you are now without that situation. So it was like it was a necessary stepping stone
It
to
was.
get you to where you needed to be, even if it wasn't a great, it wasn't like an easy stone. It was slippery.
Oh
It was the
no.
water. It fuck you up. But you, baby,
Okay. And
you made
us
it.
water
Absolutely.
signs, we feel very deeply. We have extreme highs and lows,
Tell me about it.
and having to deal with that. I almost had to be that calm, like doormat in order to survive because he
Yes.
wanted that volatile. I really
That
believe that
reaction.
saved me, honestly, now that I'm thinking back on it. I really think that saved my life because in his previous relationships, like there was pistol whipping and physical fighting and, all of these kinds of things. And I didn't experience any of that. Like, closest he ever did was punch a wall or throw something across a room. Like, it was never like at me, or he was never like punching me, hitting me, nothing of that sort. So I think not engaging on that level actually saved my life. So maybe, like you said, maybe it was best that I didn't. Even though I wish I did, like it was probably best that I didn't know myself because I
Mhm,
feel like Spirit knew what I needed to navigate that situation, to learn what I needed to learn. And now I
mhm.
have a level of self reliance and no fear in my heart, like whatsoever. I mean, this Bama had me door dashing by myself fucking this time of night, which is why I'm so comfortable being up in Houston, Texas. I'm not even from Houston.
Wow.
And if anybody has ever lived in Houston, Texas, then me being by myself in the trenches. I'm talking about I'm delivering food to drug dealers' houses. I'm riding into the trap like DoorDash, da da da. No fear in my heart. Literally, no fear in my heart.
Mm.
It's it was some wild things going on while I was living there that I had to endure and stand 10 toes down by myself. The man who was supposed to be protecting me was nowhere to be found. Like, literally gone. Won't answer the phone, don't want to hear what I gotta say, is annoyed with my presence, like all of that.
Wow.
Not coming home till 5 o'clock in the morning, wild shit, you know what
Wow.
I'm saying? Just acting bad, okay? But I learned how to rely on myself.
Absolutely.
I learned how to be okay with myself and, you know, really go within and figure out how to get myself the fuck up out of there. So, you know, gift and a curse, man. Gift and a curse.
Gift and a curse. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's at the end of the day, it's always a gift. At the end of the
Always.
day, it's always a gift. Even when saying, you know, you've seen Sinners, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Twice.
So you already know, like, it's the gift and the curse, right? It's
It
always
is.
a gift at the end
Yes,
of the day,
100%.
though. You know?
100%.
And look at all the shit he had to go through. Damn it. And guess what? At the end, the vampire still walked up in that joint, and they still, because they're going to always, let me tell you something. Again, there's a thin line between love and hate. And as much as somebody hates you, they got to admire the fact that your ass will not be broken. You will never be broken. You might bend like motherfucking Gumby. You might be over there jump doing the Matrix jump, but you will not be motherfucking broken because you are a divine being. And that's the most admirable. And that is, like, honestly, all they can do is sit back and watch now. All they can do is sit back and watch and admire and be mad and talk shit and make up shit, but that don't hurt nobody but them.
Ashe.
I love you, sis.
Ashe. I love you too. And again, thank you so much for having me.
Yes. Anything you want to tell the people before we get off of here? I'm gonna bring knowledge on next, y'all.
No, I just again want to thank everybody that's still here for your energy, everybody that came through, everybody that's gonna watch this in the future. Make sure y'all subscribe to my sis channel. It's amazing.
Yes,
make sure you like this video. Follow all of us on socials, all the guests. I know sis is gonna share everybody's information at the end. But yeah, peace and love, everybody. Rich rising, because it is the morning.
Damn shit, show this. Hurry up for this sun come up.
Yes.
Yo, I appreciate y'all riding with us tonight, for real. Yes. And y'all can always go back and watch and clip and do all that good stuff. I know y'all, some of y'all in the bed. Some of y'all just got y'all phones on. That's cool. You probably need
Right.
Thank you, sis.
You're welcome. Thank y'all. Peace and love.
Good night.
Peace.
All right, y'all. That was Nay. Again, y'all, this is Sleeping with the Enemy. And, you know, I didn't expect to go this long. But, again, we have stories to tell. We got things to talk about. So, next up is Knowledge Born Allah. Before I bring him on, I want to share a clip with you guys. And then I will be coming back with knowledge. This energy, it's an energy. It's an energy. And I'm telling you, man, these stories, they are different, but it's the same energy. It's the same energy. And we have to defeat it. Absolutely. I'll be right back.
Jezebel operates like a snake. She wants a point of contact to get connected. Whether it's physical items, food, whether it's a compliment on her physical appearance, once the contact is made and then the agreement is set, she will squeeze with every agreement. She will use information to bind you and eventually suck the life out of you. She wants you spiritually blinded or inoculated so that she cannot be exposed. Jezebel hides behind makeup in her hair. We see that when Jehu approached. She hides behind her look. She tries to seduce, to create agreements, truces in order to gain leverage and control. And oftentimes, Jezebel does not want to be confronted, so she puts herself in positions to not be confronted. She overcompensates by trying to mother and father people and to get into the position so that she's not easily called out. She does not want to be confronted or corrected. She will respond by making you feel like you're responsible and that it's your fault, or she will lash out in anger and create a scene to try and get you intimidated. Also, she can break down and play the victim role if confronted.
A lot of people need to be careful, just checking their own heart. That's why it's important to protect your heart. Pay attention to your spiritual life, because we talk about the Jezebel spirit, but you can easily open yourself up to it because your whole life you've learned to manipulate your way through, whether it be emotions, as a child. I want this candy, I want this candy. Yeah. You're manipulating your parents through your emotions, through certain things, and you've learned to manipulate your way through life. As a new creation, we have to learn how to live holy with an upright heart, integrity. I think that the Jezebel spirit, the major things it operates in is, I would say, is manipulation and control. And that's exactly what witchcraft is, right? It's a spirit of witchcraft, prince of the power of the air at work in the sons of disobedience, right? Yeah. And, you know, the Bible says that rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, right? Mm-hmm. And I believe a lot of people don't even know it. Even people pleasing. What people pleasing is you trying to manipulate somebody's perspective of you, perception of you. You trying to look better. You trying to elevate yourself to a certain position in their lives. Yeah. Whether to gain control, whether to be closer to them, whether to be liked by them more. But I think the root of that is witchcraft. Yeah. It's manipulation and control, which we've learned from the fall of man. Yeah. We've seen that spirit of Jezebel not just operate in 1 Kings 16. We've seen it in the garden.
Absolutely. Again, it's an energy. Let's see. We got a video. Mr. Knowledge would love me to play, so I will as soon as he sends it over. In the meantime, you guys, thank you again for tapping in tonight. Let me check the comments over here. Hey, there my sis. Again, thank y'all for tapping in. I appreciate you being up, you night owls. I might do more late night shows. I see how many people be up on the late. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Well, in the meantime, before I bring Knowledge back on, and I hope y'all paid attention to those videos. Again, any of us could be tempted by that Jezebel spirit if we are easily manipulated and we are easy to want everything. Like that spirit is definitely going to offer you the things that you think you materially want. But what is it that you really need in this life? And that's what we need to be asking ourselves. You know, why are we so easily tempted by external things? There's a missing internal validation. So let me get this going. I'm going to play a video for you guys and I will be right back. And actually listen to the lyrics. This is the song that I wanted to read the lyrics to the other day. And I want you guys to listen to the lyrics of this song because honestly, it's how I feel. This is the mission that we are on and we should be speaking life into each other. So this is Speak Life by, don't even. My sister told me how to pronounce it and I still can't remember. His name is Inyaarachaa. Okay, you pronounce it. How about that? I'll be right back.
They say it's power in the tongue. If that's true, I wanna take this time to speak life into you. I'ma help you overcome what you going through. You're not in this alone, I was sent to put you on. You wanna see how good life is? All you really need is some guidance. The ones close to you may not like it. That's cool, cause pretty soon, them fools gon' see that you were a diamond. First of all, I wanna give praises to the Most High for giving me the strength to make changes in my life. Cause without me going through what I went through, how could I even have the wisdom to give you or lead by an example? So let me be your coach. You gon' need some advice when you get thrown against the ropes. I'ma keep you on your toes. I don't know if you know, but there are unseen forces battling over your soul. Who is? Well, that depends on the choices that you make. My advice to you is choose life each and every day. That's easy for me to say when it's definitely not the case. It's tough when you got so much temptation thrown in your face. Okay, let's say if you fall by giving in, would you beat yourself up about it or get up and try again? Don't allow sin to be a burden. Accept it, learn from it, move on and keep working. They say it's power in the tongue. If that's true, I wanna take this time to speak life into you. I'ma help you overcome what you going through. You're not in this alone, I was sent to put you on. You wanna see how good life is? All you really need is some guidance. The ones close to you may not like it. That's cool, cause
pretty soon them fools gon' see that you were a diamond. I'm a SC, I do things a little different. I be at peace, cause I stay in the spirit. I'm a blessing to all those who dwell with me. I'm not flexing when I say my life's litty. Love is what my foundation is built on. Everybody I connect with, the vibe be so strong. I'm vegan, so I got love for the animals too. They're my sisters and brothers, I do not look at them as food, because I'm pro-life. I serve the God of the living, they be the most high. And anybody who don't like me, they'll be alright. They can keep that negativity on that side. Too much love in my heart, grab a hold of my hand, let me pull you out the dark. I'm a light and as a light, I'm just here to do my job. Know this journey is a fight, be prepared to go to war. They say it's power in the tongue. If that's true, I wanna take this time to speak life into you. I'ma help you overcome what you going through. You're not in this alone, I was sent to put you on. Wanna see how good life is? All you really need is some guidance. The ones close to you may not like it. That's cool, cause pretty soon them fools gon' see that you were a diamond.
No lie, this morning woke up kinda heavy. Thoughts flooded my brain, almost broke a levee. Let me get steady, let me center myself. Before I do for anybody else, let me consider myself. Check my mental health, self. How's your heart? How you feeling today? What's your capacity for humans? What's your ceiling today? Before you think about them bills, what you building today? Find your flow, don't let them stones they throw get in your way. Weights on my shoulders, let me go to the gym. Let me dig in a good book. Let me find me some gems. Let me replant myself, yeah. Let me water my stem. You lay my root chakra. I know that it's been running on E. I've been fuming. Know the vibes golly. Seem like they forgetting that I'm human. Assuming that I don't need solitude and silence. Before I choose violence, I meditate and pray. I went for a walk. I heard the elders say,
Set yourself down and talk to God. Tell him what's on your mind.
I heard the elders say,
Set yourself down and talk to God. Tell him what's on your mind.
I heard the elders say, be still, be free, be real. Your life can change any minute, just let time reveal. I know they watching, waiting for me to fall off. The job saying I ain't got permission to call off. Well, I ain't going to work today, I'm working on me. People calling, I ain't talking phone, I'm D&D. She like, when am I gonna see you? When I'm done seeing me. It's easy for people to gaslight you if you out here living on E. It's time to fill up. You gotta deconstruct to reconstruct, it's time to build up. I took some hard blows, Lord knows it's time to heal up. No more looking down, nah, chest out, chin up. Life been moving so fast, before I crash, let me slow down and go on the fast. I'm passing on that old leaving that in the past. They ask, hey, where you been? I ain't seen you in the men. Yeah, I been on my dean, going deeper within, gotta evolve. Don't take it personal, you're more than welcome to get involved. If they ain't what you want, our connection, it might dissolve. What's in the way becomes the way. I went for a walk today, I heard the elders say,
Set yourself down and talk to God. Tell him what's on your mind.
I heard the elders say,
Set yourself down and talk to God. Tell him what's on your mind.
Mosaic,
I heard the elders say,
peace, be still my people. Let yourself feel, that's how you heal my people. Pollution in the food, they tryna kill my people. Health is real, wealth is how you build my people. Let's keep it real, my people. It's getting really scary. No more game banging. We need a military, black missionary. I'm a visionary. I see my people rising. Every time I sit in silence.
Set yourself down and talk to God.
Heavenly Father,
Tell him what's on your mind.
I pray for my generation.
Set yourself down and talk to God.
I pray for my people.
Tell him what's on your mind.
I pray my people rise.
Set yourself down and talk to God.
I pray we free our minds.
Tell him what's on your mind.
I pray we find peace inside.
Set yourself down and talk to God. Tell him what's on your mind.
Peace and blessings, star seeds. So, knowledge will be on. Thank y'all. Y'all some night owls for real. Y'all need to be hitting me up. When I be up late night, I don't be having nobody talk to. Now I got 6 people sitting right here watching it at 4 o'clock in the morning. The sun gonna be up before we finish. No, me and Knowledge are gonna tell our stories together. So I'm about to bring Knowledge on board, but before I do, he sent me a dope video I want to play for you guys. It's called At the End of the Day by Pronoia After. I think I said it right. I hope so. Again, the name of the song is At the End of the Day. Did I say it right, Knowledge? Give me a thumbs up. Did I say her name right? Pronoia After? Amore? I think so. All right, y'all. So I'm going to play this At the End of the Day. Hold on one second. Let me check with my guest. Monet. Okay. I got it. All right. So without further ado, I'll play this, and I promise this will be the last song before the end of the show, y'all. So sit back, relax. Again, it's 4 a.m., so get you some coffee, I guess. I love y'all. I'll be right back.
say forgive, but don't forget. However, if we never omit, then we can never be lit. If we hold on to things unnecessarily, it can lead to being overwhelmed and heavily stuck in a realm where distrust, disgust will substitute true love, intimate touch, and that may be too much. Instead, sit back, sip some wine, roll a Dutch, and recognize we're only in control of what's in our hands. What's out of our hands is subject to change. Love who you love without shame. Love who you love without game. Hopefully they love you the same. Be patient, be on your way, cause somebody gonna love you at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, love will see us through. It's up to you. Have mercy, babe. Love with your heart and not your head. 'Cause at the end of the day, love will see us through. It's neither true. Have mercy, babe. Love with your heart and not your head. At the end of the day, love will see us through. Have mercy, baby. Love with your heart and not your head.
Somebody gonna love you at the end of the day. The end of the day. The end of the day. The end of the day.
Hey, at the end of the day, you got to love with your heart and not your head. Absolutely. Love will see us through. All right, y'all. Thank you for sticking around. And again, as I promised, back in the building, like he never left. It's Knowledge Born Allah. Peace and blessings. Hey. How you doing this
Peace,
evening?
Goddess
This morning?
Rael.
This morning.
Can you hear me okay, first of all, before I get into it?
I can hear
Are
you.
we
You got
good?
that's a new mic right there.
No, this the new, okay? I couldn't come on Pronoia with the I had to come on Pronoia with the new. You understand what I'm saying? Yes,
Okay, you done came
yes.
in the
Honest to
building.
you and honest to the universe that supports you and honest to you for always reminding us, even in the midst of our darkest hours, that the universe is conspiring in our favor. We need that reminder sometime because we be going through it. Okay? We be going through it.
Yes,
So
you do.
glad to be here with you. Honest to Crystal and honest
Well,
to
thank you.
Nay because sheesh. Okay? Sheesh. I'm like,
Yes,
look, we gotta do this together because I
absolutely.
can't
Shout out
follow
to you.
that. Okay? I cannot follow that. Honest to them for having the courage to share their stories. There's so many stories from the divine feminine that is never told. I sat with my sisters recently, my eldest sister and my youngest sister. You know, so my eldest mother and my youngest mother. You know how that go. You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So my eldest
absolutely.
mother and my youngest mother, right? They ain't play
Hmm.
no games, but they were sharing stories. They were sharing stories that I never heard, and these are my siblings, you know, and I know that they are with men that they don't have to call me about. You understand? Because I'm that brother. I am that brother. I'm not the other brother. I'm that brother. Okay, all negotiations have failed. So
Hmm.
they're with men that I witnessed that they don't have to call me about because they're men
Yeah.
like myself. They're the brothers for their families that I witnessed. Not just the smooth talk and all that other stuff. You understand what I'm saying? I
Hmm.
heard their family members, their divine feminine family members call them like, oh, this, that, oh, this. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, oh, they're me and their family. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's a thing. And if I can say something very quickly,
Hmm.
I apologize
Oh,
for the
you went out.
atrocities who my male counterparts who hadn't gone under this study for them to have an understanding of what their true role and responsibility is. And due to the manipulation of internal and external forces beyond their control, things that they're being fed, things that they're and entities that they're being fed on. presented a substandard, subpar representation of what a man is and what that divine masculine role is in regards to what true operating systems are. So I apologize because, a great majority of us ain't shit. And just being plain, okay? Great majority of us ain't shit, and a great more majority of us are beyond repair. So the things that they had to endure. Now, there's some redeemable folks that exist amongst us, but a vast majority of us are FUBAR, like they said in the military, fucked up beyond all recognition, fucked up beyond all repair, because they lusted after those things that was provided to them by our enemies in regards to these entities, and they're being fed on. So I'll start that with that.
Shit, you just said a mouthful. That is so true. And that's the thing about the lust demon in itself, or the lust entity in itself. And it's about the presentation of the things you think you want the most. People are always, again, that's why we can't get so caught up in this external bull, because we can, if you have a price, you can be bought. And it's just that easy. If you have a price, you can be bought. I have no price. I cannot be bought. My soul, my spirit belongs to divine. It cannot be bought. It cannot be sold to the highest bidder. There's nothing in this earthly world you can offer me that I would give up someone I cared about, I loved, that I cherish for any amount of money. But there are beings out here that will throw you in the trash just quick for a buck. It'd be a quick buck. They don't even realize that you were putting their life to build empires, and they'd settle for a shack in the woods with a dirty one. And that's okay. They get that choice. But I won't be sitting in that fucking shack with you. I won't be in the woods with you and then threesome with some dirty bitch that's trying to steal my energy. It just ain't gonna happen. And that's the thing, they think that divine beings are all light. We not all light. We light and dark. That's why we get to go to the dark spaces. That's why we get to exist down there, but still come up for air, because we live in both. We are divine is both. Divine created everything. So light and dark exists within divine. So if we call ourselves divine, then of course we carry both light and dark, but we carry the light mostly on the outside. When people meet us, they meet the light. But the dark is for our protection. And that's what people tend to overlook when they look at a soft, feminine energy, someone who wants to stand in their feminine energy. They think that they don't carry the masculine within them. I am the king and the queen of pentacles. I am the empress and the emperor. I am all of those things. I give my crown away. I give my throne away when I choose to be with a man. The woman, and this is Pronoia, y'all. So when a woman chooses to say that, yes, you are, that is crowning that man. When you decide to act out of character, baby, hey, me and God will have that conversation. You will be dethroned. You no longer carry the crown because you don't carry yourself as a divine masculine. You do not, you could put a crown on a clown, but it's a clown with a crown. You can't walk around thinking that just because you got something, you can keep it forever. Just as divine giveth, divine taketh away. And that is the story of the karmic, a divine masculine or feminine who fell, who chose something other than their divine path. And they thought by wearing the crown, by feeling the energy of divine, that they would always keep it. But think about it is you have to earn it. You have to stand on business. You have to, those 42 laws of Maya, all of those beautiful things that we need to stand in integrity. And we have to stand on that. We have to, because we are divine. We don't get to choose not to, because when we choose not to, we choose a karmic cycle. And so anything that you're choosing that's not divine, you're choosing the opposite. Yes, divine giveth and divine taketh away. Absolutely. So I want to ask you, knowledge, like, because you coming from a different standpoint, but also understanding divine feminine. I've always had these kind of conversations with you, and I've always felt very comfortable, having these kind of conversations. What is it? So that we, divine feminine, that are in the building, we aren't karmic, right? We're not Jezebels. We don't see this certain side, and I know that even divine masculine men come in contact with these karmic type of men. And I want to know what it is about that Jezebel spirit that really throws a man off of his path.
Now, I want to speak in divine universal as your child. We went through spaces, right? So, whatever or whomever a man goes after is divinely reflected on his relationship with his first love. So, if he's wrong by that first love, or he takes something wrong from that first love, then he becomes a victimizer. So, that predisposition in regards to that Jezebel spirit, I'll say for me, I won't generalize. For me, personally, I was the enemy to myself first. I was an enemy to myself first. So the first enemy that I slept with was me. And then after that, whatever side of the equal sign I existed on was after that. I was an enemy to myself. So my apology wasn't just external, it was internal for the karmatic debt that I ensued based off of my impropriety with the violation of me being a child of God, being a child of she, being a child of he, being a child of that family and misrepresenting them. So I was in a relationship with a woman and took care of her children and children that she bore from me. Before my children were born into the physical realm, I felt a connection to those children because those children, in my mind, didn't stand a chance. Now, when my child was born into existence, or coming into existence, right, something happened. She went behind my back and did something to this child, and she told me about it like nothing. And as precious as life is, I had made a vow like that if we don't work out, just give me my child. Period. You understand that? That was my covenant, right? So I walk into the situation with a woman with two children. I went from no responsibilities to a father of two children the next day. Literally, not figuratively, literally on mine. You understand what I'm saying? So now this other child is adding to the family. I'm not looking at, oh, this is my birth child, these my stepchildren type of situation. No. So she went behind my back to eliminate this child. And I swear by all of this holy, I got on the phone with my mother. God rest her. You know what it's like to lose a mother physically. I got on the phone with my mother. And I told my mother what happened then. And my mother said, leave then. Leave. Do you see this? Now. This is all you're going to see. This is what my mother said to me. And I stayed because I looked at that door where these children were, and I said, if I leave now, these children don't have a chance. No, like, like the goddess before me, when she said what she said, I don't share. I don't share. You understand? I looked at that door, goddess, and I was like, yo, if I'm gone, these children, they're done. Not cooked, done. They're done. And if I would have listened to my mother, it would have spared me 17 years of hell. But I stayed. I stayed and raised those children. I stayed and raised those children and gave them my name. I stayed and raised those children and gave them my covenant. I gave them my protection. They deserved a chance. I was a child that grew up. My father chose the revolution. I could not give those children a chance. So I stayed with them. And I gave from them my being. I gave from them my protection. I gave from them all that I had to give. And vicariously, she got it, even though she had wronged and sought the violation of expulsion and extermination. I gave to her. I gave to her. So when the goddesses before me was talking about clean slate, I gave everything that I could possibly give. I gave everything that I could possibly give. Everything in spirit and in truth. Everything. At the expense of my child's life. And still raised up 2 children in the mix after that. In addition to the 2 children I raised. This is 4 children now. 4 of them. So I'm not talking this from some lofty position in regards to that. I started off in the father realm without physical children of my own. So giving unto the begotten of the mother and of the father, but whom I was blessed with because my mother came from a relationship with her father, meeting my grandmother with 10 children and having 5 children. He was a father to those 10 children and fathered these 5 children physically. I got 6 siblings. You understand what I'm saying? So hearing my mother, my God, right, saying what it meant in regards to who a man is supposed to be in her life, that would be somebody receptive enough to be able to present in front of her children what value she placed in front of us as her children. So her children and her came as a package deal. So 15 to 7 to 2 was no challenge for me. 2 children, me, my mother, how impressive life was, how important children were. 15, the family that she came from, 2 children, woman, nothing, right? Nothing. Now, I was not disillusioned by anything that I walked into, Goddess Raya. I saw everything. I saw everything. Nothing was precluded. I knew exactly where I was and what I was walking into. And on this side was everything. And on the other side was those children. And the children outweighed everything else that I saw. Now, there was hell and heaven that went along with it. So the signs in regards to this become dualistic when it goes to giving your all to someone and that all not being enough. You can never give enough to somebody. As you stated, God, is as incubus and succubus. They're there. They got a bottomless stomach in regards to what's great. But the thing about it is, those things that are great is really poison for them. It's not healing for them. It doesn't upgrade them. It is their destruction. They meet their demise based off of siphoning this energy that they think is something that's good to them, but it's poison for them. Just like poison is for us. You know, you got some folks that can't get off sugar and they cut off their foot and their extremities and all that based off of that sugar. It tastes good to them, but it ain't good for them. So this righteousness is poison for them. This righteousness is poison for them and it's destroying them, but they know it not. Just like, the cats that's on whatever, diet that they on, not a liver. They on the diet and it's their undoing from the inside out. So if you do wrong to those that are anointed, you suffer those sins, right? Touch not my anointed, as you've been saying all night so eloquently and so powerfully. Touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. So they harm themselves and they wrong themselves. But it looks like they're taking something for the righteous. So I'm a yield with that. I'm just letting you know that there are telltale signs in regards to it with that Jezebel spirit, and that Jezebel spirit works both ways. They pillow
Yes.
talk with you and all of those things, but you have to acknowledge the things in regards to yourself, because reconciliation, because you wanted to get mercy and grace, and that's what I heard from the goddesses before me, that, and yourself included, y'all love somebody who didn't love themselves, and y'all sought to resurrect them, and y'all resurrected them from the dead, and life is death to them. It's the reason why they in the dead state. You understand what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? That's life for them. That's life for them. The vultures, they circle around the life ebbing out of the body. They don't pick on dead flesh. It's near death. It's an experience that exists. If they're dead, the vultures will go away. If they're near dead, they're circling around. But the anticipation of death is worse than death itself for some of them. So are you?
Yes. See, it's different when you hear it. That's why I'm so glad. Thank you for accepting the invitation for tonight. And again, being so open, because a lot of times, again, the energy harvesting, it happens in many different ways. And again, giving so much to people and making a decision. Again, we get chosen, we make decisions based on our hearts and what sometimes our hearts. We may look at things that may be like our whole future ahead of us. And then, like you said, those kids was right there. You made a decision based on your heart. And yeah, that decision took you down for 17 years. And yeah, you got some great things out of it. But there was also a road that you didn't get to travel because you made sacrifices for others. And there comes a time in our lives where we have to stop sacrificing ourselves for the greater of others when they're not willing to make any type of sacrifices for themselves. Just like you spoke about the fruit, or like eating or their diet. I think about when people have this spirit on them, they're in darkness, right? And if you ever, when they first met you, they probably wasn't in all that darkness. They may or may not have been. They may have been transitioning out of darkness, but you brought a certain light, right? So when you bring a certain light, you can see what you're eating, right? Like, it's like if I'm in the kitchen and my light don't work in the refrigerator, I could just be grasping at, oh, there goes some strawberries, but I'm grabbing at them and they moldy. It's dark. I'm just eating whatever I can get because it's dark. When things are in the dark, they go for whatever. Because they can't even see. They don't even know what they thinking, oh, it's a strawberry. Yeah, it's juicy. It's nice. Yeah. You cut that light on, you see what you really get. But you want to live in the dark. You don't want to see. You don't really want to see. You go after what's easy, the low-hanging fruit. And anything that's hard, you try to tear it down. You know, instead of trying to climb the tree, they go get the axe and try to chop the tree down to get the fruit on the top. Instead of being respectful of the fact that there's more, you know, they don't give a shit about the fruit that's growing or destroying the crop or none of that. They want what they want at any expense. You know, I've had, again, I spoke on it a little bit earlier. I feel like it's the same entity. And this is why I know that I've come here to break generational curses. It's because I've seen it as a little girl. And I've told this story quite a few times on other people's podcasts, but never really on mine, that when I was a little girl, you know, my mom was physically abused by her boyfriend. To this day, you couldn't pay me to date a dude named Tyrone. He couldn't drive an Oldsmobile. None of that. You know, like it was just like things that just, never. Because what I experienced. And in that experience was the first time I heard God's voice. Very first time. I was maybe 8 going on 9, because I know that after that experience, my mother sent me to live with my grandmother. But she got beat really bad. Really bad. And I was in the back of the car and I was running. And as I was running, these rocks were in my feet because we were in the country. We lived in Alabama. We was in the back. My mom's boyfriend was so jealous. So my mom was like 29. And her boyfriend told her he was like, I think 27, 28. Of course, she later found out he's like 23. You know, first of all, that's it's the small little things, right? The little lies here and there. Okay. And then I just remember we lived, it was weird. It was like our whole lives changed. And it was like me seeing this as a child was like, what the hell is going on? We didn't like him. Me and my brother was like, Mom, we don't like him. We don't like him. There's something about him we just don't like. But my mom was young and, you know, she had it going on. You know what I'm saying? I am my mother's child. She had it going on. And so she would go out and men would approach her. And, she had 2 little kids. So we were at a cookout. I remember when she met him. And I was like, Mom, I don't like him. Because he was just so greasy to me. You know, this is the 80s. He had a jerry curl. He was young. He was really pressed for my mom. And I just didn't like his energy. I always knew energy. Even as a child, I knew energy. I knew it. I knew when I liked people and I knew when I didn't. I knew it. I just had that feeling. And I remember telling my mom I did not like him. And she was like, oh, baby, it's okay. It's just go on dating. And of course, he ended up being her boyfriend. And we went from, we lived in the PJs, but we had fun. You know, you can live in the PJs and not know you live in the PJs as a child. I didn't know I lived in the PJs, you know. So it was just like everybody was outside. We had fun, whatever. My mom was a single mom. Life was great. We went from living in the PJs to living in the woods. This man was so jealous-hearted. He didn't want her really to be in the public. You know, he moved us 2 miles into the woods, and we lived in Camden, Alabama. If you look it up on the map, you probably couldn't find it. It's past Mobile. It's down in the boonies. First of all, we didn't even live there. We lived in Montgomery. How the hell we ended up in Camden? Because of her little boyfriend. So now we down in Camden, Alabama, in the deep, deep South. This man is putting his hands on my mom now. He's got us in the backwoods. My mom was a bartender. She's young. She's vibrant, you know, and she's the bartender at this little juke joint. Yeah, we was in the South, so it was a juke joint. And we used to hide downstairs and stuff because she had no babysitter. So we used to see, and again, it was this energy my mother had. She was very magnetic. He would sit at the end of the counter while she was working. And he used to work at a wood mill. So his hands would callus from the trees and stuff. He had callus on his hands. And he always carried this knife. And he used to sit there, cutting at the callus at the end of the bar until he got kicked out. And then he'd wait for her in the car until she would leave, to make sure nobody would go with her. And then he would take her all the way back to the woods, away from the world. And then he'd go off to work. We had no car, no way out the woods. We'd be stuck out there, no food, no water, no nothing. So we had to walk 2 miles to pump water out of a well. I went from living a regular life to in the country because of some crazy, young, manipulative, and I'm watching this, but I'm not seeing it at that time as a child as it is. I'm just living life with my mom. So fast forward to a really bad beating, and it was the last time that I got to live with my mom. Was I'm in the car, he starts getting upset, he's jealous about something, he's getting upset, they're arguing. My mom, the one thing I know is Karen, I love you, mama, but Karen got a mouth. Karen's not going to be quiet. And I knew when she started talking that it was about to go down. I tried to grab my shoes. I couldn't grab my shoes in enough time. My mom's yelling, get out the car, just run, just run. So we're running barefoot. Again, the rocks are in my feet. And I hear the voice of God. And the voice of God sounded just like my mature voice right now. And that voice told me, it's going to be okay. This is the hardest that it's going to get. And I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know where that voice was coming from. I'm in the middle of the woods, in the middle of the night, and I'm crying. My brother's crying. He's 8. I'm 8. He's 9. Okay, so we got to run to the neighbor's house where we go pump the water from the well. Luckily, we were at the beginning of the road, so we weren't too far from them. And they're older Black ladies who were used to being beat by their husbands, so they weren't going to call the police because that was something that they did at that time. This is the energy. This is the demon that I was introduced to as a child. Now, that wasn't the first man. My father was the first man to put his hands on my mother. This was the second man that I witnessed. I was 3 when I witnessed my father put a knife to my mother's neck. And I remember it, and it's crazy because my mom would be, how can you remember that? The tragic things that children seem to stick into their brains. And it was like a picture. Like I could just remember laying on the couch, him sneaking into the house after her locking him out, finding that he had been cheating with some white girl, that some nurse that he was getting money for. Because my father was a professional boxer, but my father liked to smoke at the time. And so since he liked to smoke, they kicked him out. And, because they drug test, it wasn't no little weedy weed back then, it was a big deal. And so because he didn't want my mom to know, he just picked him up a little girl on the side who was paying all the bills and stuff. Well, my mom found out about it. And at this time we were living great. We living in a little mansion that had you had to call the gate in the front. We was in Texas, everything was gravy, right? But not really. Because now I'm hearing my mom and my dad going at it in the middle of the night because he's calling, trying to get in. She's not letting him in. When he finally gets in, he's crying. He's got a knife. And I'm laying on the couch acting like I'm asleep, but I'm not. And that's the first time that I've seen a man really assault my mom and tell her, if it wasn't for these kids, I'd kill you. And why would he want to kill her? Because she found out that he was cheating. Because she found out who he was. Because his mask slid off. Okay? That's the first time. Now, fast forward to the rocks in my feet, and I'm 9 years old, and now I'm at this house asking for help, and the lady won't call the police because this is what they do. So now this is being embedded into me. This is what men do, right? So now I got to go back. I got to go back to the house with this man who was beating on my mom. And at this time, my mom is starting to realize this is not good for her to see. My mom didn't have the strength to walk away. But she had at least the right mind to know that I shouldn't be seeing this. I don't know why I wasn't in the right mind to think that my brother probably shouldn't see this because maybe that would influence him to become that type of person. But I guess she felt like she could only let one of us go. So I was the one. Now, mind you, give you a little history behind Tyrone. Tyrone's father killed his mother. She tried to leave him. She walked away and he shot her. So mind you, these are vicious cycles, people. These are vicious cycles that we were born into to close out for families so that our children and our children's children and their children don't go through these same cycles. But in doing so, there's so much trauma that we pick up along the way. So as a child witnessing this and then being sent away as if I had done something wrong, in my mind, I'd done something wrong. In my mind, I'd done something wrong because I got sent away. My mom couldn't leave. I had to go. So now I'm being raised, I'm growing up, and I'm getting into relationships. And, not all of them are bad. Not all of them are narcissistic. Not all of them. I'm not going to say that. But I will say that that entity began to follow. The entity remembered the light. That entity began to follow me. And I started to see it in the relationships. I started to see it in people who felt aggressive, that they wanted to put their hands on me, that they felt like they were. And so that was the first layer of abuse that I had to break, was the physical. Then it showed up in mental. Okay. But mind you, I had the ability to see this energy, and I seen it in the eyes of these men. At first, I didn't know what I was looking at, because I'm a person, I will stare you in your eyes. I have no problem with looking myself in the mirror, so I have no problem with looking you in your eyes. I have no secrets that I'm not afraid to, you want to air my dirty laundry, go ahead. People with secrets are really afraid to look in the mirror. People with secrets are really afraid for you to look them directly in the eyes. And I used to look these men when I would date them in their eyes, and there would be one, I promise you, there'd be like one side that would just be normal, like, yeah, I love you, I care for you. And then there'd be this stern ass eye. I would notice it would just be staring like deep into my soul. Like, I can't wait to manipulate. I can't wait. Like, it's like a facade. So for a while it would carry on. And it's like, oh, this is such a loving and caring relationship. And of course I would pour my people pleasing ass into every last one I would meet, because again, all I've been through, I just wanted to make sure nobody else felt the way I ever felt. I believe a lot of our grooming into either being a narcissist or a freaking empath is based on our childhood and how we choose to look at it later, right? So some people become like greedy for attention and they didn't have it in this. And then some of us feel empathetic. Like when I saw things happen, I didn't want those things to happen to me. I didn't want to harm someone else. I didn't say, oh, this thing's happened to me, so I want everyone else to suffer. No, I wanted to make sure no one suffered. The whole world is great. Let me people please. And by doing so, that entity fed on that. And through each lover, it was the abandonment wound. It was the wound of abandonment. I'm going to abuse her and then abandon her. I'm going to physically abuse her and then abandon her. I'm going to mentally abuse her and then abandon her. And it kept feeding on the abandonment wound. But the thing about demons and entities is they're not that damn smart. And I know they're listening right now, and I shake my little bells to clear the energy, but they're not that damn smart. They're really not, because they keep doing the same thing, thinking that you're not going to evolve. As a healer, I had to learn how to heal certain wounds within myself. And as a divine being, I had to be able to identify those wounds within myself. I had to start realizing that no one could really crush me, that I was actually just going back to that wounded child who never got the proper love, did not never see a man properly love a woman. I kept going back to that space and expecting my partners to feel that energy. And once I realized that, because that's the type of person I am, once I realize something, I start working on it. I start fixing it. And the thing is, I don't have to do it loudly. I don't have to stand on a damn milk carton and say, I'm healing. I start fixing it behind the scenes. I start meditating. I start visiting that little girl. I started reassuring her that everything was okay. I started spending time with her alone, even when my partner did not know. And so then when the entity did enter the partner, the very last spiritual abuse, It was coming in different forms. See, at first it was physical, then it was mental, and finally the big boss was the spiritual abuse. How am I going to harness her light? How am I going to steal her energy? How am I going to break her essence? How am I going to stop her from awakening others? Because that is her mission. And I knew this since I saw her as a little girl. She was an awakener, and I got to crush her. So I tried to crush her with her abandonment wounds because I seen it when she was a little girl. I know she still got that wound. And the thing about it is, when you heal in silence between you and divine, the enemy doesn't know who they're dealing with. Divine will still set you up to look and appear with the same sweetheart, because I'm still who I am. But inside of you, there's a warrior now that cannot be broken by other people's words and deeds and things that they do, because you've healed that space. So when that last big boss came, yes, baby, it was a big boss. It was the biggest boss of the big bosses, because baby, it came as everything. Oh, let me help you. Let me show up as your friend first. Because see, the energy knew me. By this time, it had already known me. It knew that I don't do short-term relationships. I don't do flings. I don't do people I just met. If I just meet you, you're going to go through so many loopholes before I end up in a relationship with you, because I want to know you, right? So this entity decided, I'll just hide behind the scenes. I'll always be there. I'll just play like her friend. And then I'll move in closer and closer and closer, so close that she can't even see me. I'm undetectable now. And I'm going to appear. People, a devil's going to show up. Devil shows up exactly as everything you want it to manifest. That's why when we writing stuff down, it's reading it too. Oh yeah, that's what you want. Oh, that's it. That's all I gotta do. They can wear a mask for a certain amount of time. Those energies mask themselves. Because if your light is strong enough, if you have a divine path that's they need that energy. They refuse to do the work. The reason why these entities exist is because there are people out here that refuse to do the work and want quick gains. And these energies, they are like, yes, this is my soul. They latch onto those people. Those people present themselves as something other than they are. So I hate when people say, well, you chose him or you chose her. No, I chose the mask. You're right. I chose that mask. I did not know. And these energies are great at cloaking. A lot of times, and now we're going to get into it, a lot of times they are good at cloaking because they deal with all types of energies. Some people think that, and some men just deal with women. Some men deal with women and men. And so they can manipulate you even more. They know the insides and the outsides, and they know what to say and what to do. They cloak themselves in manipulation. And so when these energies come and you have healed, but they don't know it, they come to break you. And they come with the same old shit that broke you before. But what broke you before cannot break you now, because you have healed. So now what? Now they're at a stalemate. Now they don't know what to do. Now they're going crazy. They're trying to figure out, oh my God, what's the next move? Because now you've healed. And that is what's not expected. And that's why we have to tell our stories and start giving this information to others so they can start healing and heal behind the scenes. I had to heal before I could speak. I had to heal before I could come out here and even start to speak. These energies didn't just come to me as humans or just regular people. No, because I'm a spiritual being, right, y'all? I don't present myself. When people see me on Facebook, a lot of my friends and family probably think, oh my gosh, she is so weird. She is so different. Like, well, I didn't expect her to be like, what is going on? And that's fine. But I'm a divine being and I know that. And so when I get tempted and when things come towards me, they come to me in a spiritual way. And this was spiritual warfare. So you guys didn't see me for a while. And I was under spiritual attack. And not just by a lust demon, but by also a whole group. Because that Jezebel energy, it groups together. It has multiple partners around it. It has people that play against you, and the whole name of the game is to manipulate and to switch and bait. And the thing about it is, those energies are looking, they want you for your energy. So when I finally got rid of the mental manipulation and the physical manipulation, here comes the spiritual manipulation. So what I again thought I wanted again shows up, right? As help, as my biggest fan, as the person that's going to have your back the most. And the whole time they were plotting against me with a whole group of females that they were also sleeping with. Right in my face, calling themselves my sister. Girl, you my homie. Coming, wanting to be on my platform and wanting to, what? Why? You know why? Because the closer they got to me, the more they drained. And the less I started feeling like myself, and the more I began to lose. And I lost my house. The relationship between me and my daughters became strained. I lost my job, like being in even close proximity to this entity. And still not knowing, because the whole time, see, the same energy that will make you lose everything will still be sitting next to you, acting like they're helping you rebuild. That's how it works. They'll be stabbing you in the back and putting a Band-Aid on. Oh, you okay? What happened? Oh, no. And as soon as they leave, they go, did you see that? Look, I'm going to do it again. And the problem was, I didn't even realize that the energies and the entities that I was dealing with were actually dibbling and dabbling into black magic. We're actually using true magic, true candle magic and divination and pulling cards and all of that. And that's why you have to protect yourselves. That's the true reason why I did this show, was so you guys can understand you need to protect yourselves. Because they say the devil cloaked himself and made you believe the devil ain't real. No, they make you believe that magic ain't real. And magic is really truly just manipulation of energy. Anything that makes you go against your own free will is magic. Anything that manipulates your energy, someone can tell you a lie, that is magic. Because if you knew the truth, you would have chose something differently. That is manipulation. That is a form of magic. And people are doing it every day. They do it unknowingly, and some of them actually practice magic and do it. So after I have conquered all of these bosses, here comes the big old boss, the spiritual boss. And then, you know what God told me? Set yourself down, meditate, come back to yourself, and remember who you are. We believe that sometimes when we meet people, automatically, because we resonate with them or they seem familiar to us, that they are a soulmate. But you don't realize how many past life enemies we carry around with us too. And these enemies, they will show up every lifetime and think that they can continue to do whatever they did the past life. And if you don't wake up to it, if you don't wake up to the energies that continue to follow you, if be it this lifetime or the last lifetime, you will become a source, just the energy source, where people will drain you. You will never reach your highest potential, and you will continue to wonder what is going on in your life. And it's the people around you. I promise you, it's the people around you. When people say little smart things, little tiny things to start to chip away at you, you have to be very conscious of, my friends wouldn't say that to me. Why is he saying that to me? Why are they presenting themselves like this towards me? It's a reason. They're slowly trying to chip away at who you are. And that way they can keep you on that lower vibration and continue to siphon at you. So I say all that to say, I've had many experiences with the same energy. And I think that all of these experiences were to teach me, first, to how to identify it when it's coming my way. Secondly, to teach other people how to identify it and how to get through it. And I tell you, the only way that you can get through a spiritual attack is to call on divine, and to call on your ancestors, and to call on the angels that surround you, because they are there. But no one will intervene for you unless you call on them. And just like they have cults and covens and groups that go against you, you have your own groups and tribes that stand for you and with you. These energies and entities will follow you because you are light. Light attracts all kinds of things. It attracts greatness and it attracts darkness. The thing about it is to protect yourselves. And don't let anybody manipulate you in the mind. If your instincts are telling you something, and that was my thing, is that I will always go against myself. Like I would know something and I would say it, and then I would be met with, no, you crazy. No, that's crazy. Why you think that? Why are you so insecure? Blah, blah, blah. And I would go against myself, knowing what I said was true. And the master of the manipulation was to get me to believe that it was all love and have the carpet ripped right from under me so I could be sitting stuck or maybe even take myself out. That was the game plan. But I'm not weak. Divine is not weak. How can I be weak when what is in me is not weak? So again, it's the trickster spirit of divine. It's the bait and switch. It's the fact that you even thought you could play those types of games with divine beings, that divine will put you in a situation where you are tested. What will you do with this gift? Will you use it for what it is for, or will you destroy yourselves? Because you cannot destroy the gift. The gift is not for you. The gift is for everyone. That is my part. I am going to do a second part because I know I can go all night, and I hear the birds chirping out here. But I wanted to say all that to say that you can get through anything, be it a spiritual attack, a physical attack, or anything. Just know that you are protected and divinely guided. You are special, and things are going to come at you because you are special, because you are anointed, because you are divine. God holds you close. Ain't that right, knowledge?
Most definitely. Yes, ma'am. Yes, goddess. You mentioned two movies tonight, right? Two movies that we should lump into a part where we do an analysis on how they coalesce and coexist together. Sinners and Fallen, right?
Yes.
Fallen didn't work. Fallen didn't work on everybody. Everybody was not susceptible to the touch. Now, a major part, and I know we're gonna unpack this on a whole nother level. When that being was outside of the host body, it was irresistible. Now, most of the way that it traveled around, and Denzel called it by its name, like you called the name of that entity tonight, right? Azazel. Denzel's character, the mistake that he made amongst the righteous was to call it by its name in that space.
Yes.
So that thing was like, oh, where you see me? Now I'm about to mess with you and everything that you love. Because outside of the body, it's irresistible because it's fighting for its life. So it has a specified time to find a host body to exist in. So nobody could resist it, right? But in its host body, it takes on the form of its host body with its memories, just like in that Sinners movie, say, oh, when his twin brother said to him, yo, I seen his memories. You understand what I'm saying? There's a different thing. So that thing thought that it was safe because one of the host bodies that it inhabited saw him as credible. But that wasn't the thing. That was an invitation for its own demise because his brother is still his brother in the spirit and in truth, right? So it was still warning him regardless of what it said, right? So when we start to look at these entities that take on the form of its host body, it's still going to reveal itself regardless to whom or what. Because that's the arrogance. The arrogance is that you won't be able to detect it, that you won't be able to see its presence. So indiscriminate to the time and the space, whether it's 2 minutes or 24 years or thousands of years, either way, you're going to figure out who and what it is. You understand what I'm saying? Not who and what they are, not what they are, what it is.
What it
To
is.
relegate it to that past. And it showed how it could transfer from one vessel to the next, to the next, to the next, and have you thinking that you out of your mind. You're not out of your mind. You're not crazy. You
Yep.
thanking the divine
No.
for your spirit of intuition to be able to disrupt its flow. Because its
Yes.
flow flourishes when it moves undetected, not exposed.
Yes.
Now, its ego and all of its other entities come. And the last thing I wanted to say that we see it in our form because we may be able to vanquish it, but think about how long it permeated through the existence from our ancestors because
Yes.
our ancestors might had to take a deal in the space and what it is. And we freeing ourselves from its timeline frees our ancestors from its timeline. So we're not just working on our own behalf. We're
No.
working on behalf past, present, and future. So we might have went through some things. We might have to bear our cross on Calvary. We might have to say, "Forgive them, Father, Mother, for they know not what they do," type of situation. But we're redeeming our timelines.
Yes.
Redeeming our past, present, and future in that space. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes we go through things, as you said earlier, not just for our own selves, but for those who come after us. So I really wanted to, stress in on that part. So when my mother said that to me, and I promise you, I don't care what state or condition you might view your mother or your father or those spirit guides that are in your face, when they come to you, hear them,
Yes.
hear them, and heed to their warnings because my mother said that thing to me, Goddess Rael, that night, clear as day, no hesitation, no nothing. And then when she went in her presence, it was a double down. It wasn't no, maybe I was tripping that night when I told you. She was like, yo, this is affecting your future generations, not just you.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yes.
So being mindful. And I thank you for your jewels. I thank you for this platform. I thank you for this space on tonight, because we done went way, way after dark.
All
You over
day,
here
three
in my
hours, 55
territory. You
minutes.
understand what I'm saying? Look, but it was so necessary tonight for Crystal because Crystal is a conduit. Crystal is a conduit. Crystal is not only a conduit in her word deed and her story, but crystals are a conduit that transmute forces that
Absolutely.
are righteous to us, that are healing to us, but also to
Yes.
recognize those things that are evil amongst us. So Crystal came as herself
Yep.
in word and in deed. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah. So she did her thing. You understand what I'm saying? She did her thing, in spirit and in truth. And then after her, Nay came on, and Nay did her thing. Nay so cold, like so cold, and that cold is a disciplining force.
Hmm.
So if you say, "Hey, you know what, knowledge? I'm gonna stop smoking cigarettes." You make that declaration before the universe sends Nay as a disciplining force to freeze up those things in your life to say, okay, I'm gonna present you with this 1,000-fold, not five, tenfold, 1,000-fold to see if you pick up that cigarette to be able to go. You know what I'm saying? So that becomes a force that's a force that freezes up those things that used to ail you. And now
Hmm.
those are the things that you use as a catalyst to ascend. So now, when you smell cigarette smoke, it disgusts you.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? So those forces or the entities that are around you that seek to surround you, you repel them by your existence because that so cold is a disciplining force. So shout out to Nate. You understand? I think where I think hey, look, you understand what I'm saying? Which one they ass and Nate, them motherfuckers up out of your existence because it's real. And God Israel, the many transformations, you have the Phoenix energy. You have the Phoenix energy, and I'll say this to you in spirit and truth before I close my mouth. You have the Phoenix energy in spirit and truth because truth crushed to the ground shall rise again. So no matter how many times that entity or those entities, because there's been multiple, you understand what I'm saying, that sought to destroy you, they didn't know when they crushed you to the ground that you were planting seeds.
Yeah, absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying? So they didn't know it. You knew it, but they didn't know it. You understand? So, sometimes you go through those things, but the things that prop up out of that is the forest. So the harvest of you being crushed to the ground is the forest, not a plant, a forest. So honest to you for still being engaged because after being crushed to the ground so many times, you could have said, you know what, Divine, fuck this. They ain't getting it. You understand what I'm saying? Because I got it. So
Yes.
it ain't. I know it ain't me. You understand what I'm saying? I was talking to Kai Zodiac earlier, and I said the same thing to him. There's a reason why I pour into him, and the reason why I pour into you because I know what it's like in the space of not receiving reciprocity. That you could go through these instances, and there's nobody on the other side, and you might for one moment. There's a little moment where it comes as a glitch to where you like, you know what the fuck is all this for? Why am I being susceptible to these things? So
Mm-hmm.
for you, for Crystal, you know, uh, for Nay and everybody who's listening and everybody who will listen, this is why we'll happily get on this cross as long as you get it. You understand what I'm saying? We'll
Yes.
subject ourselves. We'll go through the well, we go through hell, whatever the thing may be, in order for
Well,
you to
and
get it.
hell.
So you get I got it for you. Look. I be paying attention in class. You understand what I'm saying? We go through the
Okay.
well and hell in order for you to get it. You understand what I'm saying? We'll be
Absolutely.
mocked, we'll be despised, we'll be rejected. But as long as you're receptive, as
Yes.
long as you are receptive, that's what it was for. You understand what I'm saying? So,
Always.
honest to you and honest to having this way station where we get a reminder that the universe is conspiring in our favor. Pronoia Starseed Podcast, the Starseed Gatherer, the Starseed Mother, the Starseed Rejuvenator, the Starseed Motivator, and the Starseed Whisperer. You understand what I'm saying? God Israel in all of
Okay.
her forms, in her most supreme form, where she's mothering us back into our righteous state. Honest to you, I love you deeply. I love this platform. I love that all that you represent, and I love that all that you are because at the end of the day, okay, right? Love will see us through. You
Yes, it
understand what I'm
will.
saying? That's why I asked you to play that song because Monet and her husband, E Boogie, you seen, the legendary Smooth B up in the joint. Love will see us through. We can't go into the darks and the depths of despair and not be reminded that love will see us through. Because
Absolutely.
after the darkest of the dawn, that silver lining of love. Love sent us into the darkness, so love will deliver us unto the light. So thank you for being love. Thank you for being light. And thank for you for endeavoring into the darkness to pull us out of the ashes of the hell and the well into the righteousness of light. God is right here. All right, I'm be quiet. Peace.
Uh, Thank you, Knowledge. I appreciate you. I really do. I thank y'all for being here all night. Oh my God. I don't even know who y'all are that's still watching. Y'all probably fell asleep with your phones on because baby, it is 4 hours and 2 minutes. And I don't think I did a podcast this long. My cousin jumped on and said, we doing a marathon. Well, you know what? We got to get the word out because you can tell you, we in a whole different energy right now. What used to work in the old paradigm don't work no more. So all that stuff, we are the leaders of the new paradigm. And look, even my computer getting ready to shut down on me. It's like, baby, the lights is going low. So I say all that to say that the universe is always working in our favor, no matter what. You only have a little bit of energy. You know what I'm saying? We don't even come to this earth with all of our powers. We don't even come here with all our energy. And then we up here just giving it all away. So before I go, I'm going to play Energy Budget by Tony Jones because we on an energy budget. You know what I'm saying? That Joan we not giving it away no more. You know what I'm saying? The vampires can't have it no more. We can't be sleeping with the enemy no more. We only sleeping with divine counterparts, and we're going to let divine lead us there. Until then, we going to be celibate, and I ain't talking about selling of it. You got it, okay? The universe always working in your favor. This is Pronoia SRC Podcast. You know I love you. I will see you guys later. Peace out.
All my energy back to me with divine care. Whoever, whatever is living off my light energy, run that back, get your own. I'm emotionally gifted, so I must guard that gift with wisdom and firmness. My openness is emotionally generous. I must be watchful. I'm seeing who are and aren't skilled to receive. I receive what others' blind spots are, teaching me about budgeting my energy and setting them boundaries. I have the right to tell people what they don't want to hear in the name of setting them boundaries. I also won't exhaust myself on people who ain't listening. I'm done with people pleasing and the attachment to make everyone happy with me. I won't share like how I used to share. I people wiser. I know now people pleasing isn't love, but it is fear. Magnificent at releasing expired emotional ties to how I structure my life with people, knowledge, money, friends, nutrition, health of my body, love, and time. I'm free from over-explaining and justifying my choices. My cutoffs aren't personal, they're spiritual. Anyways, I call back all energy that belongs to me. I am not the caretaker of those who want to stay asleep. I release the programming of being overly responsible for the happiness of others. The divinity in me, you know what's up. Tell me who I should share my intimate energy with. I focus my energy on who sees me and skillfully respects me. Not those who are skilled in choosing their false stories about me. I notice and accept when there is unequal energy exchange. Mental real estate when I release people I bonded with through my trauma self and not through my healing self. Yet I am deeply grateful for the hidden gifts that divine used them for to help me see my worth. I speak the law of reciprocity and mutual exchange in my most intimate relationships. I now know misalignments aren't personal but vibrational. I enroll myself into believing my emotional health is to create healthy boundaries for myself. I cast away the curse of suppressing my emotions. I'm free from internal violence towards my feelings. How I feel is a part of fulfilling my purpose. I explore a healthy relationship between my emotions and boundaries. If they feel like home and they feel safe to be around, I spend more time with that type. I'm learning how to interpret people's energy, especially those I love. I emit my own frequency and monitor how much energy I absorb from events, social media, texting, conversations, entertainment, and thinking. I attract connections where my love languages are valued, explored, and met. I'm on a budget. I gotta keep that same energy, no matter what. I surround myself myself with emotionally mature allies that are strong when I am vulnerable. I vow to not play nice just to be named nice. My circle got like a lowercase o, and I love it here. I'm laughing because I have no clue what's here, but god dang it, I'm gonna get curious and lean into it like I know it will all be all good for me, good for us. I have people in my life I don't have to re-examine, to reposition in my life. I am honest with who really got what it takes to connect with me and what I offer to connection. On some real-ish, my worth is not based on how much I give. Even if I'm misinterpreted or misunderstood, I know I'm not being distant. I am now gravitating to the vibes that best suit my energy. I'm picky with who I allow into my inner courts. I am my own verification. I embrace learning relational intelligence to enrich how I relate and invite others to relating deeper, even if parts of me are still tender. I am surrounded only by others who feel like honey. I have the wisdom to see through agendas, to play any individual or collective racial wounds against my emotional energy and free thinking. The power within me is stronger than the 1%. Attempts to control my energetic wealth and well-being. My energy is the truest wealth in existence. I am made in the image of God, and I am opening to realizing that more. This is my truest identity, and no one can tell me otherwise. 2019 was a launching pad to my truest thrive ever. I'm selective where I place my emotional resources and jewels. I open up to only those worthy of my trust. I am worth connections that have spiritual depth. I no longer have to be the strong one, the spiritual one. I have accepted the aligned tribe. I now know that toxic energy of those close to me are not alchemized by my spiritual relationship with myself and kindness towards them, with a swiftness and humility. I bow out of that and let their life be their teacher. I love people, but my energy tolerance budget is hella bougie. I gotta watch my budget on this energy here. Hey, 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 hey.
I got rid of a bunch of negative motherfuckers that needed to be out of my life. Wow. It was about removing that toxic bullshit. Yes. And I was on fire for real. There was no, I felt myself, and I was like, I had a space for myself, and nobody could tell me some shit that wasn't right, because I knew for myself. Right.
Learn to cloud surf while never leaving Earth. 10 toes firmly planted in the dirt for what it's worth. See my life flash before my eyes a couple times, so I'd be lying if I said I don't believe in the divine. For reasons we can't find, the truth will probably blow our minds. This energy in the universe send chills down your spine. Had a talk with a goddess about human design. Pull my coat to how I need to get my chakras aligned. Gotta break some bad habits, it's addition by subtraction. Move away from bad actors trying to leech off your action. It's the laws of attraction, gotta see it before it happens. Gotta believe it with a passion, then receive this beautiful madness. Find a pattern in the chaos, their assessment was way off. You build it from the ground up, you own it, so ain't no layoffs. Your energy is equity, cashing on your day off. Hope to reach a couple souls, it's all a part of the payoff.